Last meeting of this this council, and what a meeting it is going to be, I have a feeling, tonight. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, and I humbly pay my respects to the people of the Wiradjuri and Ngunnawal nations, their past, present and emerging elders. Just a bit of housekeeping. If you're asked to evacuate, the emergency procedure is to exit via the door leading out of the building directly outside the council chambers and proceed to the footpath opposite the council chambers and await further instructions. Live streaming, recording and publishing of council meetings. This council meeting is being streamed live, recorded and published in accordance with Council's live streaming in Council meeting policy. To those present in the gallery today, by attending a public meeting of the Council, you are consenting to your image, voice and comments being recorded and published. Anyone who is invited to speak will be recorded and their voice, image and comments will form part of the live stream and recording. The Chair and or the General Manager has the discretion and authority at any time to direct the termination or interruption of live streaming. Such direction will only be given in exceptional circumstances where deemed relevant. Circumstances may include instances where the content of the debate is considered misleading, defamatory or potentially inappropriate to be published. Attendees are advised that they may be subject to legal action if their actions will result in inappropriate and or unacceptable behaviour and or comments. Next on the list is the public forum. And tonight we have a number of speakers. Before we do, I'd just like to remind everybody that each speaker will be allowed 5 minutes to address the council, and speakers at public forums must not digress from the item. So keep to your topic, please. And also, I'd just like to remind everybody that a councillor may, through the chairperson, ask questions of a speaker following their address at a public forum. Now, these questions put to a speaker must be direct, succinct, and without argument. Just like to make the point as well that speakers are under no obligation to answer a question put under clause 415, which was what I said before, and answers by the speaker to each question are limited to 2 minutes. And in return, speakers at public forums cannot ask questions of the council, councillors or council staff. So they're the rules that we play by. That's in our code of meeting practice. So tonight, in our public forum, we have 7 speakers, and 6 of those will be to do with item 12.12, 24.239, DA 2020, 0005, intensive livestock agriculture, pig farm and electricity generating works, 230 BONOAK Road, BEGGAN. And first of all on my list is Mr. Ted Campbell, who will speak for the motion. Mr. Campbell.
How's that? As you may be aware, my name is Ted Campbell and our family business, B.E. Campbell, processes and markets the livestock being produced from the beverages current facility, Young. We were also responsible for the complete refurbishing of the old Burrangong abattoir prior to selling it as a going concern to Throsby's. That's about 5 years ago. We spent $20 million up there. Tonight, I want to highlight the jobs that will be created by the new development and the value it would bring to the Hilltops community. Directly, the piggery will create 25 full-time employees, but even more importantly, indirectly, there are calculated to be another 46 jobs created. This takes into account that piggeries are inherently high maintenance, high health facilities that require the services of outside electricians, fitters, concreters, drivers, launderers, plumbers, nutritionists, vets, to name just a few. It's a big operation. No doubt over time, eventual extra homes will have to be built in the area. A recent report by ACIL Allen calculates that a development of this size would benefit the Hilltops community by close to $12 million annually. It's a huge amount of money for the area. This leaves out the input and jobs created by the building program itself. Local grain producers also have a buyer of their produce in the region, which will help reduce their own transport costs. I think it's important to briefly touch on the standards in which the facilities will be built, and even more importantly, the livestock raised under. While the beverages have always complied with the Australian Pig Industry Welfare Standards, APIC as it's known, they also comply with the much tougher and rigorous standards demanded by our large supermarkets. These standards are extremely strict and are regularly audited. And I'd just like to make the note that I know that council's received a lot of objections for this development, and I think it's fair to say that 99% of those people who wrote those objections would never have a pork chop for dinner. So I think it's, let's be fair about who are the type of people objecting to this development. Our interest in this development being approved is twofold. Firstly, we hope to be able to process and market the additional livestock produced. But secondly, and I think far more importantly for the Hilltops region, is that this development will be a major step forward in us being able to build an export pig slaughtering facility in the region. Currently, for us to be able to get to an export facility, we must transport the livestock to Victoria. It has long been the family's aim to build an export facility in this region, but numbers are critical. This development puts us one step closer. A pork export slaughtering plant would employ over 300 full-time employees in this area. The last point I'd like to make is around the Beveridge family themselves. They are not corporates who are here today making promises and gone tomorrow. They live and work in this area. They're the type of people who you should always want to encourage to grow within your community. They are honest, hard-working farmers who do not take shortcuts. They do what they say they will do and have the integrity that will ensure acceptance of this development will only add to the Hilltops community and go a long way to promoting economic growth in line with Hilltops' economic growth and land use strategy. I think if council were handing out awards for perseverance, the beverages would certainly be at the top of the list for receiving one, that's for sure. They've been fantastic to just keep on going, trying to get this development through. So I do hope you take all these things into account when you make your decision. Once again, I thank you for affording me this time to speak tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Our second speaker tonight is Ms. Edwina Beveridge, and once again speaking for the motion.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Edwina Beveridge. I speak on behalf of my husband Michael and the whole Blantyre team. We are really excited to build a pig farm at Yulee, where we will grow pigs in a clever, sustainable way, using food waste as pig feed, capturing methane from the pig's manure to make renewable electricity, and using their manure as fertiliser to grow crops, and feeding Australians with nutritious, affordable pork. We hope our persistence and commitment to this project reflects our enthusiasm. We have waited 4.5 years. We have had intense scrutiny of every piece of information we have submitted. Every tiny detail of our EIS has been thoroughly examined. Whilst painful at the time, it does mean I can stand here in front of you today and be certain that every concern has been addressed. Councillors, you should have enormous confidence in approving this DA. As it has been before you, it has been through a fine-tooth comb by a lot of experts, including the EPA, the Department of Heritage, New South Wales Water, and the independent consultant engaged by your staff to review the DA. They have all come up in favour. But you don't need to believe me when I say it ticks all the boxes. Believe the experts. Three areas that are integral to pig farming include biosecurity, food safety, and animal welfare. The pig industry has a quality assurance program called APIC, which ensures compliance for these areas. To achieve APIC accreditation, a farm must have a quality assurance system in place and be independently audited each year. We have committed to having APIC accreditation at Yulee, but again, you don't have to believe me when I say we tick the boxes, believe the experts. We will need 60 megalitres of groundwater to run the Yulee pig farm. This is drinking water for the pigs and for hosing down. Some submissions received were concerned that our groundwater use would deplete the local aquifer. Yulee is in a groundwater source called the Lachlan Fold Belt. The total groundwater allocated, or that can be used from this source each year, and I note this is what can be used, not the total source, is 74,174 megalitres. Yulee's 60 megalitres does not even equate to 0.1%. It is like a bathtub compared to a lake. Experts have calculated the quantity of water required and the effects on the groundwater source. They have been carefully measured by these experts in this field. It was found that the drawdown, and I quote, would be imperceptible from natural season variation and be considered less than minimal impact. But again, you don't need to believe what I tell you. Believe the experts. We are not new to pig farming. We have been doing this for more than 20 years. We have had an EPA licence for all that time, and we are assessed as having the lowest risk rating the EPA can give us. We have held APIC accreditation and passed every audit every time. We have held groundwater licences for all this time. Blantyre today employs 45 wonderful people. We are very proud of our workplace culture and we work hard to look after our people. I would like to tell you briefly about two of our staff. Firstly, Todd Richens. Todd was employed by Blantyre when he was 16 and he has now clocked over 16 years with Blantyre. He has worked in every area of our pig farm. He has completed a traineeship. He has attended conferences. He has licences and tickets, and now he's in charge of our grow-out site. Secondly, Sam Beattie. Sam has worked with Blantyre for the past 21 years. He has a great outdoor voice. He is always entertaining. He makes Blantyre a better place and is better than anyone else at feeding little piglets. It is a privilege to employ Todd and Sam and the 43 other people in the Blantyre team. We look forward to 25 more Todd and Sams joining our team.
Edwina, you have one more minute.
Thank you. There will also be indirect jobs created as a result of this pig farm. These jobs cannot be underestimated. The social benefits and purpose of employment are enormous, as is the economic benefit to the Hilltops. Already Blantyre trade with a huge number of businesses in Harden and Young and have been doing so for decades. These businesses will all benefit from Blantyre's increased trade, whether it be the concrete used to build the sheds, grain from local farmers, tyres for more work utes, hamburgers and coffees sold, the list goes on. And as Mr. Campbell told you, there's even been an expert report done in this area. So again, don't believe me, listen to the experts. I'm sure, councillors, that you want economic prosperity for the Hilltops and sustainable development. In fact, I believe many of you quoted exactly that for your election campaigns.
Thank you, Edwina. Your 5 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Mr. Adrian Villela. I say it correctly, I hope. And once again, for the motion.
Perfect pronunciation, Mayor. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors and council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address you in support of the recommendation for a deferred commencement consent for the development application. I'm a director at Urbis, and we are the town planners for the applicant on this project. The proposed development of an intensive livestock agricultural operation in the form of a pig farm will result in an intensification of primary production on the site, on a site that's zoned for agricultural purposes and has been used for that purpose for more than 120 years. Understandably, because of that intensification, over the last 4.5 years, the impacts of the proposed development have been extensively investigated by the applicant's subject matter experts, with agency input along the way, and advice on the survey, study methodologies for the assessments, where appropriate, and the necessary establishment of mitigation and management measures that are required for the proposal. A higher degree of environmental assessment by council and relevant agencies was also required, and this has occurred. The application and assessment of the DA are well considered and reflect the numerous site visits, requests for information, reviews and subsequent responses to the RFIs, all of which are referenced under the recommended conditions of consent under attachment 1 of the assessment report that's before you, as well as the general terms of approval that have been issued by the New South Wales EPA, the Natural Resources Access Regulator and Heritage New South Wales. The detailed assessment report before you reflects the forensic investigation and evaluation which has been applied to the development in accordance with section 4.15 of the EP&A Act, Environmental Planning Assessment Act. The community is predominantly in favour of the proposed development in our view, and that's informed by the review of the submissions which were received. Of those submissions received, which were quite substantial, 176 were local submissions, of which on our review, 132 were in support and 44 were against. I'd like to point out some key facts of the proposed development. The development area is made up of the surveyed area, the liquid effluent application area, and all other avoided areas. For the survey area, all proposed built works will be located within that area. That's set out under pages 423 and 424 of the assessment report that's before you. The liquid application area, that relates and comprises 922 hectares of the site. It will not be irrigated at once. Application will occur paddock by paddock, with an estimation that a 20 hectare paddock, for instance, will take approximately 1 month to irrigate. Application of that liquid effluent will be manually set up by a travelling irrigator. As addressed in Council's assessment report, pages 466 to 467, the application will vary, the application rate that is, will vary due to variations in the nutrient concentrations and the crop rotation strategy which is proposed to inform the operation of the property. It's expected that no greater than 10 millimetres of liquid application will be applied during those application periods. The application approach is considered to be precautionary, and it will aid the management of peak nutrient concentrations in soils and the reliance on the soils to hold nutrients for multiple years. The application rates are based on the farm operating to its full capacity and in accordance with that crop rotation strategy which I mentioned earlier. Extensive investigations were carried out as part of preparing a number of studies, in particular the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Assessment Report, the HR. That report stated that the application of effluent does not constitute a ground disturbing activity. The proposal has satisfactorily demonstrated that the application of liquid effluent can be managed to mitigate any potential impacts on any known Aboriginal objects.
1 more minute.
Thank you, Mayor. Heritage New South Wales has issued its GTAs for the proposed development, and they are included in the conditions of consent. As for that avoided area, that third area, that avoided area includes a 50-metre buffer around all site watercourses, areas of slope that are greater than 12% or 7 degrees, areas of the site that contain the highest quality of box gum woodland, and the drip line area of trees, as well as a 30-metre buffer from all property boundaries where the adjoining property is down gradient from the liquid effluent application area. We support the recommendation for a deferred commencement, and from our discussions with Water New South Wales and Transgrid, we're confident that of the deferred commencement conditions and that they can be satisfied within that 2-year period. We're committed to working with all stakeholders, and we recommend that Council carefully take into consideration the matters I've raised today, as well as those before me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Could I ask Speaker?
Yes, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, thank you. It's more a clarification and a question. Could you just repeat those numbers on the submissions that you mentioned?
Yeah, so Councillor, just to make it clear, so I think in totality, there were 4,500 submissions. From our review, we understand that 176 of those submissions were local submissions. Of those local submissions, 132 were in support and 44 were against.
Thank you very much.
Question, Mayor?
Yes. Councillor Piper, pardon me.
I believe you can't get rid of all your solid waste and you're going to stack that and then transport it out to other places. What sort of guarantee have we got that whatever the tonnage is sitting there, and when this meeting's finished, we get 60, 70 mil of water? Where would that flow go then?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mayor, in responding to that. So we're understanding that what we've effectively established there is that we've really increased the proposed design capacity of that effluent management system. What that means is that there has been, since the original proposal, we've got a new commitment to provide sufficient storage to achieve no overflows of effluent, based on water balance modelling simulations, which we have gone back as far as 120 years of rainfall data. So we believe that we're locating those in the right spots, that we've located those stormwater runoff dams in those areas to capture that, to make sure that that does not go into the water and stream systems around the site.
Okay, thank you.
Another question?
Yes, one more.
You've gone back 120 years in rainfall. Have you included the last 4 years in that, or have you gone 5 years and then 120 years after that?
We've gone 120 years. I understand there, and the subject matter expert, I will need to refer to that report. I definitely know it was touched on in the assessment report for you. I think it was around about the 1950s, where it was the highest record of rainfall for the Harden region, and that is captured in that 120 data.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Julia Atkin, as President and on behalf of Cunningham Valley Action Group, and Dr. Atkin is speaking against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Chair, councillors, council staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the 90 members of the Cunningham Valley Action Group who all put in submissions, and many other concerned residents from Harden Murrumbara. The proposal to locate a piggery on a hill in close proximity to Cunningham Creek, a major creek in our drinking water catchment, raises significant concerns. The sole justification provided by Blantyre Farms for their choice of site is that they own the site. Ownership does not confer the right to cause harm. This proposal carries the potential for irreversible harm. Among the multitude of issues associated with this proposal, I will focus on the 4 major issues that affect the greatest number of people in Hilltops: contamination of our drinking water, risk to human health, reduction in the quality of life, and destruction of rare Aboriginal cultural heritage. There is a public perception that because EPA granted general terms of approval for the proponent to apply for a licence, that the project must be acceptable. However, internal communications obtained from EPA under Freedom of Information show that their assessment was flawed. They did not rigorously verify facts, they didn't adhere to their own guidelines and regulations, or require a complete analysis of issues placed before them by Goldenfields Water. The thousands and thousands of pages have been written, and now just listening to Mr. Villela, for and against this proposal over the last 9 years since the first failed application was lodged in 2015 can make your decision seem exceedingly complex. I'd like to help clarify the essence of the issues by asking the following key questions. The risk to our drinking water. Knowing that pigs produce 5 times the excrement of humans in a day and that there'll be 25,000 pigs, would you permit the raw, undisinfected sewage of a city of 125,000 people to perch on a hill above our drinking water? Knowing that Goldenfields water plant at Jugiong would need a $45 million upgrade if the proposal goes ahead, can you justify this financial burden on ratepayers and taxpayers? Will you trade $45 million of our money for the inflated, unsubstantiated financial promises made by the proponent? Having experienced the impact of the unpredicted extreme rainfall in October 2022, do you find the proponent's no overflow objective credible? For me, it's akin to Moses' miraculous parting of the seas. The risk to human health. Knowing that pigs can amplify viral diseases that can infect humans, such as Japanese encephalitis virus and swine flu, knowing that 25,000 pigs will be living within a kilometre of the wetland at the Weir, which is a breeding ground for Japanese encephalitis virus, Knowing that DPI recommends a distance of a 3-kilometre buffer between pigs to prevent the spread of disease, between piggeries to prevent the spread of disease, can you condone a decision that condemns the near neighbours, human beings, to live where DPI considers it's too risky for pigs? Will you expose another couple of thousand people living within a 7-kilometre radius to live with this threat to their health? Would you allow an elderly parent to live in the aged care facilities that are located on the southern side of Harden? Destruction of the quality of life as we know it. The prevailing southeast wind blows directly from the piggery site to Harden Murrumbara. Where the fog goes, the odour goes. In every season, fog blankets Cunningham Valley and wisps up the gullies to Harden Murrumbara. Knowing that each morning's fog could be saturated with the stench of pig waste, knowing that the cool summer evening southeast breezes will waft in laden with foul, cloying odour of pig waste, would you buy a home in the southern side of Harden Murrumbara? Aboriginal cultural heritage. Cunningham Valley is a rare Aboriginal cultural landscape of great significance and value.
You have 1 minute left.
Allowing this piggery complex to be built in the middle of this cultural landscape and is to decimate it is to akin to saying what has been said to Aboriginal people for 250 years. We don't care about you or what is important to you. Would you permit the construction of an odorous industrial complex in the middle of Gallipoli? Risk cannot be eradicated. Conditions are only a best guess as how to reduce risk. Council staff have chosen to recommend this proposal with numerous conditions imposed in an attempt to mitigate against the risk. Let's be clear, these conditions do not eradicate the risk. Entrusting the rigorous enactment and regulation of the management plan to an entity that has previously shown disregard for environmental concerns. If you answer no to any of the questions posed, the decision you should make becomes clear. When you cast your vote, will you be able to look us all in the eye, hand on heart, and say that you undertook your duties in the best interests of the people of Hilltops LGA?
Thank you. Well, next one. Number 5, we have the Young Local Aboriginal Lands Council to speak against the motion.
We have that on tape. Is this being recorded? Thank you.
When you're ready.
Right, sorry.
Thank you, Norma.
Yes, Madam Chair, councillors and council staff, thank you. All right, yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'll be reading a statement from Auntie Enid, an elder in our community, and Amanda Levitt, a member of our Land Council. The Cunningham Valley is a beautiful cultural landscape that retains a place we visited and have used for centuries. There is such an extent of evidence remaining of our traditions and occupation that I am in awe of. This is from Auntie Enid of this place. Sorry, I'm nervous.
It's okay. Take your time. Just settle down. Settle down. You'll be fine.
I'll bite back.
Read. You can read about 5 minutes. Come on, quick.
Within the Cunningham Valley, the recent recordings and markings of places, sites and values presents the map on which appears like an Aboriginal village. There are places where people stay, collect food and water, places of safety and places of considerable spiritual value. The valley contains extensive visual connections across country that link to all these places. To visually see the evidence of my ancestors, the places they lived and the items they used makes my heart skip a beat. I'm so proud to say we can still see the evidence through, even though the ground has been worked. I thought that the last 200 years of non-Aboriginal occupation would have destroyed all the places such as this. To be able to look at the numerous cultural trees puts me in awe. The country is full of knowledge. The visual evidence of our community is amazing. And in my mind, I can see my ancestors walking through the landscape, collecting grasses to grind the seed. My ancestors are revealing this place to us. If they did not want us to see these places and their connections, we would be blind to it. They would not show it to us at all. All of a sudden, within 5 years, we've been shown the evidence our ancestors are presenting to us. The magic of the signposts and pathways that cross this country means that our ancestors are telling us how to walk this country. The visual connections between places are strong and clearly defined. I have been walking Wiradjuri country all my life, and I've never seen anywhere else as culturally rich. The range of evidence I see in the Cunningham Valley is the strongest and greatest evidence I have ever seen in Wiradjuri country. I have never seen another landscape like it. Our ancestors are telling us to care and look after this place. As more people are becoming aware of this landscape and place, the more it is revealing and teaching us. Cultural heritage is more than artefacts, more than the individual trees and objects. It's how they interconnect. My ancestors' footprints are all over this land, on the whole landscape. The old people are sharing their knowledge, the knowledge that is embedded in this country. I cannot wait to bring my children and grandchildren to experience this place and learn from it together. We have to protect this place. Now I'll go on to Amanda's. The valley is a tangible connection to both our ancestors and our future. Each time I go to the valley, I learn something about myself, about our country, and about our ancestors. I learn from and with the trees, rocks, water, and the whole landscape. Every time I have reconnected to this landscape, I have found another part of the puzzle of my cultural identity that I did not realise was missing. I have felt for a long time that this landscape and the culture it holds is bigger than all of us.
Norma, you have 1 minute.
Yeah. That there is so much more to learn and so many that can learn from it. The symbiotic connections that I feel with this landscape are so powerful as the connections that each aspect of the valley have with one another. They cannot be fully explained apart from that I am part of it and it is a part of me. So in saying all this, I hope you will make the right decision and vote against the recommendations, as this site is the wrong site.
Thank you. Now we have the last speaker for this item, and that's Mr. Stephen Johnson, and he will speak against the motion.
Thank you for this opportunity to address Council. I am pro-business. I'm not against any piggery. I'm against this piggery because location and its proposed use can never be reconciled. At one level, this is tacitly acknowledged by the number and serious nature of the conditions recommended in the Director of Planning's report to Council. It occurs to me a suitable subtitle for this report might be, if we have to let the piggery go ahead, here's everything we can do to limit things going too wrong too often. In the time I have available, I want to touch on two inevitable consequences should this piggery proceed: odour and drinking water contamination. Odour. My parents emigrated to Australia in 1964 to start a new life for themselves and their 3 children. My father was an indentured labourer at the steelworks. Money was always tight. The only place they could afford to buy a house was in Lake Heights, a suburb on the shores of Lake Illawarra. It was cheap land. The lake's water was stagnant and its foreshores were full of rotting weeds. When the wind blew in a certain direction, the place smelt. Not every day, just often enough to give the suburb a reputation. Lake Heights smells. Anyone who could afford to live elsewhere did so. It took the permanent opening of the lake to the sea and 27 years' work by the councils around the lake to rehabilitate it. And then the influx of people new to the region to give it a reputation as a great place to live and raise a family. The piggery, should it proceed, could do the same in reverse for Harden. The piggery will emit odours. From time to time, Harden will smell. Not every day. But how many times will it happen before Harden has a reputation simply that it smells? And what will this do to Harden's long-term prospects as a place people would want to move to, reside in, do business or visit? In moving to Harden nearly 3 years ago, my wife and I became part of an emerging trend. We have friends who have made similar tree change moves, one couple to Long Range, another to Bilpin. We also have a daughter and son-in-law who visited us, fell in love with the country living, and are now building a new life locally. But in Cootamundra, not Harden, the risk of the piggery was sufficient to put them off. Come to think of it, when we attended the auction for our property, we bid against people from Canberra, not locals. Were the piggery already in place and we turned up on a smelly day, I doubt we would be here today. Should this piggery proceed, how long will it be before there's not only nobody from Harden bidding at local auctions, but nobody from outside Harden, simply because Harden smells? If the business case for a piggery in the region is sound, great. Let's have it in a location compatible with its use so it can support local businesses and local community interests, not kill off our future prospects. Contamination of our drinking water. The report to...
1 minute.
Thank you. The report to Council notes that multiple aspects of the proposed pig farm have the potential to impact on the quality of groundwater resources. As a Golden Fields water treatment facility is already at capacity, any spill would be consequential. So I was relieved to learn a no overflow storage system was part of the proposal. Then alarmed when advised that it could only mitigate, that is, reduce, not eliminate, the severity of the impact of the spill. And to make things really bad, the alleged no overflow solution relies on manually overriding infrastructure meant for other things on a day-to-day basis. So in an event, For this to work, we need a full crew on site, schooled to, at the drop of a hat, abandon the habits of their daily routine, to follow tasks which will certainly have been documented.
Time is up.
Thank you. What could possibly go wrong?
All right, if there are no questions, we have one more speaker, and this is for item 14.1, 24.250, DA 2023-0211, subdivision 8 lots into 7 lots, Allendale Road, Young. And to speak against the motion, Fiona Douglas.
Madam Mayor, Council, Council staff, thank you for allowing me to speak today regarding 130 Allendale Road. 8 lots into 7 doesn't sound so bad, but in reality, it's 4 lots into 7. The other 4 lots are recently closed Crown roads bordering the north and the east of the property. They don't hold housing envelopes and hadn't even been finalised before this development had been submitted. There have been 7 written concerns raised with Council during the consultation period. To the best of my understanding, these have not been acknowledged or formally been addressed within the decision-making process of this development. Under Clause 2.3 of the development, zone objectives and land use tables, the development application states that the proposed development has been designed to protect the natural environment to the greatest extent, as well as maintaining the existing agricultural value of the site in line with the Hilltops LEP. I would argue that this has not been achieved given the lot size of this development. As certain areas are to be protected, the area is unusable, which conflicts with the existing agricultural value of this land. As per the summary background highlighted on page 670 of Council's agenda, the site is accessed by Allendale Road, being a gravel road which is listed in the schedule works of the Young Shire Council Section 94 Contribution Plan. This alone connects the development and the road together. Let's be clear, there is very little gravel on this road. What gravel is on this road has been put there by the residents to fix the potholes and the erosion when it rains. There's no future work. These future works have no time frame or provide information on what types of works are required. As previous funding grants have been processed, it is estimated that these works would cost in excess of $1 million. Hilltops Council do not have the money to upgrade this road to an acceptable standard to support a subdivision of this size. The additional traffic of 270 cars a week, as highlighted in section 4.15, this does not take into account the existing traffic already along Allendale Road. There are currently 7 existing residents along Allendale Road. The subdivision is doubling the number. Using these calculations, this would mean an additional 414 cars using this road per week. If approving this development and not taking this into consideration, the additional traffic is negligent on behalf of councils. The road in some locations is not compliant with Hilltops LEP or the Australian Standard Road Width for rural roads. New South Wales road standards for new subdivision access, especially those involving multiple lots, has a recommendation of a 6 to 8 metre carriageway. Allendale Road, in some locations, has a 3 metre carriageway. As the road is mentioned numerous times in the application, I fail to see how they are not connected. As such, the upgrade to the road should be at the developer's expense. Why should the ratepayers of Hilltops region pay for a development that would put the council under further financial strain? The development does not improve the area. It does not benefit the entire community. It does not enhance infrastructure that will boost local economics, and it won't improve access to services. The area is not suitable to support this
1 minute,
subdivision.
Fiona.
This development was discussed in June. It was deferred to July so it could be fully assessed. It was voted against in the July meeting, but now is being brought back to re-voting. As advised by Mr. O'Reilly, there has been no additional information received regarding this development. As a ratepayer and a resident of Hilltops region, I would question the integrity of the decision-making of this council regarding this development. This development does not tick all the boxes. What happens when threatened species are gone? What happens when the vulnerable waterways are polluted by 7 additional septics, drainage and waste of 7 new houses? What happens when there's an accident on Allendale Road? Who will take responsibility? I can guarantee it won't be the developer who has no ties to this community. I'd also like to mention the paperwork that's submitted. On one page, it says that there's 13 threatened species. On page 122, it mentions there's no threatened species.
Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings to a close our public forum, and we'll continue with our paper. At a certain time, there will be a point where we will put forward motion to bring these forward in the agenda, but until then we'll just proceed through with our agenda as set down for us. And the next thing is the Statement of Ethical Obligations. And this states, councillors are reminded that they will undertake the duties of the office of councillor in the best interests of the people of Hilltops local government area and the Hilltops Council, and that they will faithfully and impartially carry out the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in them under the Local Government Act 1993 or any other act to the best of their ability and judgment, as per their oath or affirmation of office made under Section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. Next, we have attendance, apologies and applications for leave. Today we have 2 applications for leave, one from Councillor Hewson on medical grounds and from Councillor Stadmiller on carer duties. To attend by digital means. Pardon me, thank you. So Councillor Stadmiller will be attending by digital means and Councillor Hewson is on leave. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman. A seconder? Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. All right, the next we have are sympathy expressions, and I would ask everybody, please, if you would be upstanding for a minute's silence to express our sympathy on the passing of Yvonne Murphy, Murray McDonald, Rex Irvine, Doris Arneal, Eric Kuhn, Robert Zara, Dennis Grantham, Shirley Doolan, John Daly, George Turton, Harold Hessenberger, Jeanette Bedell, Stephen Watkins, Anne Reiter, Palme Robinson, Joyce Hampton, and Pauline Chalker. Thank you, everybody. All right, next we have confirmation of minutes. They're before you, councillors. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald, and seconded Councillor Piper. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Pardon me, sticking. Next, number 7, 6.2, pardon me. Oh, pardon me. Yes, this is the second set of minutes, and that's for extraordinary meeting minutes.
Move that way.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram, and thank you, Councillor Pullman. Those in favour?
Yeah.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right. Now I'm all right. Disclosure of interest. We have Councillor Flannery has put in a non-pecuniary interest in item 1212, DA 2020-005, intensive livestock agriculture pig farm and electricity generating works for 230 BONOAK Road, and has chosen the option to make a declaration, do not participate in the debate, and leave the chamber upon making the declaration and not return until the matter is resolved. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. And just for the benefit of the gallery, I have business interests with the proponent separately and apart and in no way related to the matter. So I have done the right and proper thing to declare an interest and not partake in it. I won't lower myself to the gutter tactics of one of the speakers who chose not only to slander me, chose not only to slander me, but to slander a department.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Thank you. That's enough. All right. I don't have any other. Are there any other declarations?
Madam Mayor,
Councillor Stedmiller.
to my great disappointment today, I've been advised that I potentially have a significant non-pecuniary conflict of interest. I went back and forth with my team at Goldenfields and sought legal advice. It may have been the same legal advice that council sought, but I believe it's going to exclude me from taking part in the same item that Councillor Flannery just mentioned. And it's unfortunately due to the fact that I'm the chairman of Goldenfields Water County Council, which I find rather puzzling because I would have to be one of the people in the room who may be best situated to provide advice or commentary around this particular item. But I've been told that it will most likely bring a code of conduct upon me, and a number of clauses here have been cited in advice from the General Manager at Hilltops, which I did seek his advice. I thank him for providing it. It's just disappointing that it's ended up this way. So I will be declaring what starts out with the heading as a significant non-pecuniary conflict of interest that somehow turns into something else, and I'll be unable to take part in this vote. So I apologise to the community and to my fellow councillors for that, and I'll be releasing that information tomorrow, I suppose, at a more appropriate time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sedmiller.
I have to follow the same legal advice and I can't participate.
Councillor Flannery, Councillor Piper. Okay, will we have anybody left? Will we have anybody left in the chamber?
The ones that count will be.
Oh, can I just ask through you, Madam Mayor? I know it's non-pecuniary, but to what advantage do these guys have by they're not representing Goldenfields here?
So, through you, Madam Mayor, I will start at the outset. It is up to the councillor to determine whether or not they fall within this category. And as Councillor Stadmiller has noted, it was brought to my attention that there may be a significant non-pecuniary conflict of interest under 5.9D of the Code of Conduct, where it says membership as the council's representative of a board or management committee of an organisation, in this case for Councillor Stadmiller and Councillor Piper, that is Goldenfields, that is affected by a decision or a matter under consideration in circumstances where the interests of the council and the organisation are potentially in conflict in relation to the particular matter. So if they feel that that is the first arm, they are on the board, so that falls the first arm. They make the decision on whether there is a potentially in conflict in relation to council and the golden fields. So and they have determined, so just for the information of all, that significant non-pecuniary conflicts of interest must be managed in one of two ways, and the relevant section is B. If the significant non-pecuniary conflict of interest arises in relation to a matter under consideration at a council meeting, by managing the conflict of interest as if you had a pecuniary interest, which is what Councillor Stadmiller was referring to, that it needs to be treated as something else. Therefore, you have to comply with sections 4.28 and 4.29 of the Code. 4.28, in summary, you declare it, and 4.29 is you must not be present or inside of the meeting of the council whether the matter is being discussed or voted upon. And that's the clause. So they've determined through their own advice and their own knowledge of the circumstance that it's a significant interest, or they err on the side of caution where they are not sure, and they're erring on the side of caution. Councillor Stadmiller?
I'm not so much erring on the side of caution, Mr. Mayor. If anyone knows me over the last 12 years, I'm pretty happy to take a battle on head on. But when I seek advice and a bloke who's on anywhere between maybe $800 or $1,000 an hour tells me that I shouldn't be in the room, I'm probably going to listen to him. Yeah, so I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. But that is your decision. It is not our decision. It is the councillor's own decision, as Councillor Flannery made clear too.
So can I just make it clear that John actually hasn't got that legal advice himself. So
Councillor Piper.
Yeah, Councillor Piper. So you're obviously happy with the decision that Matt's legal advice is given.
Councillor Piper makes his own decision.
I would love to stay in the chamber, participate in the debate and vote if my fellow councillors are happy with it.
We can't decide that, councillor.
No.
It's your decision.
It is your decision. It is your decision.
I'm staying.
So what was that?
He believes that he's not a...
So you
he's not declaring, he's not making a declaration.
Okay, righto. Thank you. Well, brings the numbers up in the room anyway. All right, let's go. We'll go further, and there is no mayoral minute today. The mayoral report is in front of you. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman, and seconder, Councillor Mackie. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to councillor reports. They're all in front of you. Does any councillor want to add or detract from their report? Councillor Dodd.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to add the 26th of August, the briefing on the annual financial statements. 23.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? If not, I will. I need a mover.
You're going to go around the room, Madam Mayor, or you just...
Well, I did make that general, saying if anybody wants to ask anything, put it down.
You've been up there, Madam Mayor, through you.
I beg your pardon? I did ask. All right, so Councillor Ingram.
Thank you. For 3 years you've been going around the table. Tonight's different. Okay, thank you. Our meetings is minuted, and I would also mention the meetings I had with involved the Local Health Advisory Committee, and the day that was put on for the Dying to Know Day, and thank the people who come and spoke there, solicitors and undertakers, and all the medical people on hand explained to people just what you need to prepare for and to get your paperwork in order. So it was well attended and well received. I also chaired my first Riverina Local Health Advisory Committee in that position now. And to that point, our Local Health Advisory Committee planned to run a health awareness day in the council building here in Young in late October, and there'll be more updates in regard to that health day as we progress. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for having the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. I would note that councillors are asked to get this list in early in the week so it can be part of the paper.
Thanks for that.
Councillor Flannery?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Meetings as minuted, 2 meetings with the Geelong Progress Association, a number of constituent meetings and council workshops. Thank you.
Thank you. And anybody else?
Meetings as minuted, but also the 26th of the 8th, the financial briefing, I attended that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. And just for the last meeting, to include everybody, Councillor Mackie, I noticed you're, oh, yes, you're there. It's okay. Your name's on one page and list on the next. Okay. Righto. All right. We've done the rounds. Oh, Councillor Stadmiller.
Happy to move on.
Thank you. All right. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald, and a seconder. Councillor Mackie, those in favour? All right, unanimous. Thank you. For the community recognition scheme, Councillor Piper has nominated Amy Smith and Tracy Stringer. Councillor Piper, do you want to make comments? We have before us that just says Amy Smith and Tracy Stringer are 2 members of the BOOROWA Gun Club, part of the Australian women's team, and they've gone to the World Championships in England where they gained a silver medal. So those in favour of this recognition? Thank you. Unanimous. All right. We'll move on now to the General Manager's report. Oh,
Madam Mayor, if I can.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Councillor Stadmiller.
Yeah, just wondering how much longer we'll go on here, Madam Mayor, going down the page, or whether we can deal with some of the people who have turned up tonight regarding the particular items, including probably the piggery.
Would that say you could attend the Yes Valley candidates nights?
Thank you. Ingram, thank you. Councillor Ingram. Just let me finish hearing what that is said, first of all, instead of interrupting. Okay.
Apologies, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I accept them. Okay. What was it? Yes, we've approved the recognition scheme. All right. The 2 items.
I'd like to
we will move up.
Bring forward the 2 items that were spoken on in public forum, Madam Mayor.
Yes,
happy to move that way.
Happy to move that. Thank you. So who is moving it? Councillor Stadmiller or Councillor Ingram? Councillor Stadmiller, second by Councillor Ingram.
I'm happy to second Councillor Stadmiller.
Okay.
Yes.
Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. That means that the 2 items that were spoken on will be moved forward. I would suggest that we deal with the intensive livestock agriculture pig farm first of all. All right.
Happy to move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ingram.
And Madam Mayor,
those who
Councillor Stadmiller's got his hand up. I don't know what that's about.
Councillor Flannery's left because he's got an interest. So he's left the meeting.
Councillor Stadmiller, you've left the.
No.
Yeah, I just need to be notified maybe by a text message from the General Manager. I need to probably not be present by video as well. So.
Okay. We'll.
Yes, Councillor, if you just leave the meeting, and I'll text you to join us again.
I hit the red one. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. We'll go to item 12. 239, page 239, everybody, if you're looking for it. Is that right?
No. That's the item. 422.
422. There you go. Right, here we are. 1212, intensive livestock agriculture pig farm and electricity generating works on 230 BONOAK Road, BEGGAN.
Go again. I'm happy to move, Madam Mayor.
Happy to move. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. A seconder? Councillor Mackie. Councillor Ingram, would you like to open the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to the speakers, all speakers. information helps councillors make decisions, and there's always two sides to the story, and it's always good when people bring their thoughts forward to councillors so we know. In regard to the DA, I congratulate the applicant for a comprehensive report. He came forward with this, and also council staff and their consultants that were engaged to investigate and follow up on concerns that everyone had. And some of the notes I've got here have been already spoken by speakers, but I'll just go through a few. And the one of them that I had listed to start with is what is known about the applicants. They are recognised as industry leaders with their innovation and undertakings to address environmental issues at the highest level. And they've been rewarded with those by global awards. They are leaders in their industry at the top. Of course, I said these matters like this are always contentious. And I acknowledge and thank everyone who emailed our councillors and myself in providing more information and possible detrimental effects the project may cause or have going forward. Also to the emails that came forward talking about jobs created, the economy, as Mr. Campbell spoke on. And then last night, after taking what I'd call a passionate phone call from a family who feel they will be greatly affected by the piggery for a number of reasons, I sat back down and went to the report again, just to make sure that when I make my decision, I've always said I'd make informed decisions, responsible decisions. And I looked at the concerns that they mentioned to me. And as I went through the report again, the state bodies, New South Wales Environment Protection Authority, New South Wales Department of Environment and Heritage, New South Wales Department of Planning and Environment, Water, DPE, all listed general terms of approval. As many know, and I've said before, and I'm not even a shearing contractor, I'm a retired shearing contractor. And so I leave these matters to people who know what they're talking about. So I went back through them again, and then I went to the Hilltop staff recommendation, and the immense amount of work they put into it, and I congratulate the director and his staff. And they recommend to grant consent, albeit deferred. So while I have the greatest empathy for the neighbours and greatest respect for the speakers and Auntie Enid and Norma, I find myself in a situation where I need to make a informed, responsible decision that I believe, and my integrity will be in place, and I will look anybody in the eye at any time in regard to the speaker who asks that, face to face at any time for any decision that I ever make since I've been on council for 12 years. Some aren't easy. Simple thing is to walk away. The tough thing is to sit there and make the right decision that you feel you're most comfortable with. And for those reasons, Madam Mayor, I speak in favour of the DA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. A speaker against? Councillor Foreman.
All right. Look, I really respect and thank also everybody that has given us both sides of their story. It is such a tough decision, and I would assume if every councillor has been like me, we have grappled with this for not only weeks but months. I commend the beverages and their staff and everybody that's involved with them on being a professional unit. I have absolutely no doubt that they have put all of their mitigations in place. They are very good operators. They are good for the town, and I commend them on being so good. And I really feel that they do have they attend schools and all of that. I commend and I thank them for it. But the more that I look and the more that I think about it, and the information that we have had to look at, and can I tell you there has been report after report and page after page. My biggest concern from the minute, and I did attend the site visit and I did look around out there, and I my big concern has always been, and it still is, the location. Everything is spot on. If it's just the location that bothers me, and the reason that I will specify that is an issue for me is the drinking water and the significant risk that could possibly happen to the drinking water, to the potable water. That water starts at the bottom in Maniac Creek. It heads into, I believe it's the Cunningham Creek, into the Jugiong River, into the Murrumbidgee River. I see, and I think to myself, this is everybody's water. Now, all the mitigations are put in place, and I can see that things have been ticked, and we are considering passing this with considerations. But at the end of the day, the drinking water at the bottom of that slope belongs to all of us. It is, and we have to consider everybody in this decision, all communities and everybody that drinks that water. So for me, the water is an issue, and it is, or has always been, for me, about location. So I hope you respect how I feel about that, but that is my thought.
Thank you, Councillor Foreman. Do we have another speaker? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I'll speak.
For or against you?
Let me work it out. Look, I've had a look at the papers as Councillor Foreman and Councillor Ingram have spoken. It's a fairly complex issue, and not being a farmer, I've had to work through a fair bit of stuff. And I'll just go through and raise some points that I think are important for me. They may not be important in the broader sense, but they're important for me. And I'll start with the economic benefits of $11 million and 46 jobs. But what's the real cost-benefit analysis of the project? And I've searched through it, and I haven't been able to find that where I need it. And then somebody says, but there's another piggery there that has only 10 jobs or 12 jobs. And so the data I've been looking at is not clear, and this occurs in a number of areas. The DA is a very positive green energy proposal. I'm very impressed by that, and I always have been impressed by green energy and things like that. I think those ideas that are in that are something that we should be able to support and move on. The water is an issue, 60 megalitres, opponents say 100 megalitres. I think both will have an effect on the water table, long-term effects. Again, I'm not totally clear on that. I'm not a hydrologist. So, again, I'm not clear on the data. Public health, that's been raised, disease from pigs, or the emotional and physical health of the residents. I'm concerned if there is disease through the piggery, there'll be mass mortalities and a very large number of carcasses to be disposed of safely. That's a significant concern of mine. And when I was on the site visit and I was shown where, I believe I was shown where that would occur, I wasn't terribly satisfied. I believe councils should always assist to help employers looking to expand. I believe the council staff members have done an absolutely fantastic job, as fellow councillors already spoken. The detail, the 90 pages of indication in just tonight's paper and all the previous stuff have indicated how seriously council, the staff, have taken this application. So I'm impressed by that. Waste management, that's an issue. I'm a bit, amazed by, 1,950 tonnes of sewage moved off site per year. It's my reading of it. That's a really huge amount. The no overflow issues that one of the speakers against the motion raised, that concerns me. I'm worried about extreme weather conditions in this time of significant climate change. And if there's runoff, where does it go? And it seems to go into the creek. That creek leads to Jugiong, and the paper that we've got, or the comment we've got from Golden Fields, is against this, and Golden Fields are, I would suspect, the local experts in water and water supply, and they're very concerned about it. As somebody mentioned, we don't have $45 million that could be put into dealing with the problems in Jugiong Creek. As Councillor Ingram said, I was very moved by Norma's talk, And if they've got serious concerns, that does weigh on my decision. A personal issue for me is I have negative feelings towards factory farming. I still believe in animal welfare and will do my best to ensure all animals have the best life possible. That's a concern for me. A second concern is raised the 4,500 submissions. And some people have raised the issue that they're not from Hilltops. But my view is we're not an island. If Yass Valley or Temora or Cara had an issue that we were concerned about, we would have a right to express our opinion. And I believe every councillor at this table here can take all those 4,500 submissions and weigh them up appropriately and deal with them appropriately. As Councillor Foreman said, there seems to be around one issue totally, which is the site. Is it the right site or is it the wrong site? When we consider the quality of life of the residents in the area, this DA will really quite negatively affect them. The staff have done a marvellous job. The number of conditions are incredible. And it indicates that the proposal raises dilemmas. I'm not satisfied that all the conditions can be met to a satisfactory standard. I will vote no.
Yes, I've got them. Thank you.
Can I have a little word? Something very short through you, Madam Mayor.
You certainly can.
I actually didn't back my opinion, really, because I don't know. I'm not an authority on any of this. I'm here just to read what other authorities have come with their information staff and stuff. They've done an extraordinary job. So, yes, I ploughed through it like the rest of you, but there was nowhere where I went, you know what, I think that slope's too steep, because I don't read anything in here that tells me that hasn't been addressed. So, I mean, I applaud people who just think, well, you know, they know, but I might know a bit more. I honestly, I didn't. So I really have to go on what's in front of me, and in front of me makes me consider that the recommendation is to go ahead with it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mackie. So, Councillor Dodd, I might explain, every councillor has the right to speak once on a motion that's before them, and the mover will have the right to reply at the end. Okay, Councillor Dodd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I would like to note the time taken by staff and others so that councillors could be as informed as possible about this application if they chose. Not only have we had briefings about this matter, but there was the opportunity to spend the day in Harden, where the applicant spoke for the proposal and the Cunningham Valley Action Group put forward their reasons against it. We had a site visit conducted by both groups. Site visits are always something I try to do when a DA comes up. There is no way to get the same appreciation for the topography and environment without one. I would also like to acknowledge that the applicants, Edwina and Michael, operators of Blantyre Farms, are strong supporters of community programs and activities. We have received many emails that have shown some of the things that they have supported, such as Boys to the Bush. However, that is not a consideration when thinking about a DA. I suppose you could argue that it shows their character, but we are making a decision about a particular activity on a particular site. And the applicant's support of the community, while commendable, I feel is irrelevant to this decision. There is no guarantee that the applicant will always be the owner. So we need to be considering the activity on the site. The following reasons are the reasons I consider significant in my decision. It's not an exhaustive list. The reasons for include the provision of local jobs. Though the number of jobs has been debated, more jobs is a positive for Hilltops. The applicants have proven themselves to be world-class leaders in the use of the methane gas produced by the piggery to power the piggery. They also have strong environmental credentials in the reuse and composting of effluent. And the use of the capped anaerobic ponds used for the collection of the methane also significantly reduces odour. The recommendation before us includes even more conditions, some quite stringent, especially around water, that would need to be met for the development to proceed, arguably mitigating some of the risks. They are the reasons for. However, the reasons to vote against include: reduced odour does not mean no odour. The proposed piggery is somewhere between 4 and 6 kilometres from Harden, depending on which report you read. Too close to be sure that when the weather conditions are unfavourable or favourable, there will be no noticeable odour in the township. However, the area that concerns me most is water. Firstly, the significant amount of groundwater that will be needed and the impact on the surrounding farms who rely also on that groundwater. And secondly, and most importantly for me, is the issues with possible contaminated runoff into Maniac Creek, Cunningham Creek, eventually into the Murrumbidgee. There are significant concerns about a contamination risk. Really, any contamination risk is an issue. The Murrumbidgee supplies water to thousands of people. We've seen the weather can be unpredictable. A sudden downpour could mean that the mitigation strategies, although there's many of them, are not sufficient. And once it happens, you can't go back. What about the upgrade to the Jugeong treatment plant that will be needed? I recognise the changes that have been made to the DA to try to mitigate for unexpected events. But wouldn't it be better if this development were on a site that was suitable? The fact that this DA has taken so long indicates the difficulties with the site. I generally support development, and I would support this development. However, each application needs to be considered on its merits, and this development is not on the right site, and we need to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodd. Councillor Piper, before you speak, I think I need to maybe foreshadow a motion in case this motion is lost. And you're right. Foreshadow the motion that the DA 2020-005 be refused for the following reasons. And this is just to put it beyond doubt.
Point of order, Mr. General Manager. And some housekeeping.
Councillor Ingram?
I believe Madam Mayor is about to foreshadow a motion that would take away the ability of this to be brought back, as opposed to how the Allendale Road's been brought back. Now, I have real serious concerns about this, and we'll take this matter way further if that's about to happen in this chamber. Now, if that's the reason, you want to rule this lost.
No, what I
Your
said,
intentions aren't full of integrity, Madam Mayor.
If the motion is lost, and I have the feeling, and can I call on the Director of Planning to clarify if this motion is lost.
How can you be talking about this sort of stuff when you don't know? This is ridiculous, Mr. General Manager.
Okay, all right. I take it that is it okay, Mr. General Manager, and I'm conferring with you, which is my right. If I realise that, thank you, Councillor Ingram. If for whatever reason, now how can I put it without, as has been pointed out by two councillors, that I'm inferring that it will be lost.
Mr. General Manager, please adjudicate, set this straight.
Thank you. I'm trying to enunciate that. Well, so be it. Thank you, Councillor Ingram.
Follow protocol.
Thank you. I'm looking to advice from the General Manager.
So my understanding is, having conferred with the Director of Planning, the expectation is that if a matter is lost, there should be something in place to say why it was lost. Now, please hold Councillor. I know you want to. I'm trying to answer your question. In relation to a lost motion, the motion does not exist, so therefore, a lost motion, there is no resolution on council. The motion is lost, so therefore, the matter can be brought back as it was tonight in the notice of motion. If and this is, should this be lost, and then the Mayor puts forward what I understand her intent of the motion is, if she puts forward a motion to put the reasons there, then the same opportunity to put forward a rescission motion the next day in the same vein of a notice of motion. So notice of motion would be put forward if it's lost and there is no foreshadowed motion. If the foreshadowed motion then gets up and it may be lost, the matter is still lost. I haven't considered.
Point of clarification, Mr.
Yes.
General Manager. If this is lost, a rescission motion could be lodged tomorrow.
A notice of motion would be bring the matter back.
A rescission motion, if this is lost, if this was to be lost, a rescission motion could be lodged tomorrow.
Not a rescission motion. A rescission motion. If the matter's lost, a notice of motion is required tomorrow, as has happened in Allendale Road matter. If that's lost, you would put in a notice of motion tomorrow to bring the matter back. And given we are...
Then why complicate the waters? What are we trying muddying the waters here?
Well, because my understanding, and I will defer to the Director of Planning to explain.
This is a General Manager matter.
No, well, with the respect, he is the expert in relation to the sentiment of the relevant bodies who adjudicate these matters. So, should the motion, as I understand it, put it on without doubt to put reasons in there, and that gets up, the opportunity there for councillors that disagree with that can put in a rescission motion. Director of Planning, do you want to add to my explanation?
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor, when you determine an application, you do it under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, and clause 4.16 gives you two choices. You either make a decision to grant the consent or you make a decision to refuse consent. Now, best practice is that you should resolve one or other of those things. So if your intention is to refuse the consent, you should have a motion that explicitly says that and states the reasons why. So I understand that is an intent of what Madam Mayor was wanting to do, is foreshadow a motion to refuse it with reasons. That doesn't, and by that doesn't stop the ability for the rescission motion within the 24 hours if you had passed a motion to refuse this application.
I just can't understand the motivation behind something. There's never had any precedent in 12 years since I've been on council. I'm happy to go along with new ideas all the time. I just can't understand why we're preempting a decision in regards to how it can come back to council. I think it's very ordinary form, actually. And
so through
I can't follow it. Mr. General Manager, I'm sorry.
Through Madam Mayor, and we've come across this before, which is why I conferred with the Director of Planning, is that if a motion is lost and there is no foreshadowed motion, the matter is dealt with, and we've had that. We've done that before.
And I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back.
Oh, I understood, and then people bring it back the next day through the appropriate processes through a notice of motion. If a decision is there's a change of sentiment, whatever the reason is, if 3 councillors sign a form and said we want to rescind that, well, the rescission comes back the next day. That's it.
I rest my case.
I really do.
So we're back to this, aren't we?
You're putting forward your foreshadowed.
If I put forward,
Well, you're noting.
I'm noting I'm foreshadowing a motion. Let's get the language straight, right? And this is if the motion is lost, and that's what, according to the Act, that is best practice. Am I Am I on the right track?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. So the foreshadowed motion would read that the DA 2020-0005, etc., be refused for the following reasons. And I just have down here site suitability, my concerns about extreme weather events, in that I don't believe that there was enough evidence has been given to allow for extreme weather events, contamination risk, and community concerns. I most probably need to fill that out more. Community concerns about pollution of all types of water, of smell. What do you say for smell? Odour. Thank you. Odour. Most probably they're the two main, and of pollution of water and also contamination of different sorts. So that will, I acknowledge the people speaking for the motion, but in saying this, I suppose I'm speaking for the people.
Is this all part of the deferred, madam? Is this all part of your foreshadowed motion you're talking about now?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I didn't think so. I didn't know whether you're speaking for or against, or you're still.
Those points you have down. We'll just give it a minute and we'll have a look. And then we'll continue. This is foreshadowed, meaning that it won't come up unless, depending on what happens with the original motion. Okay. We'll leave that there for the moment. And Councillor Piper, you wish to speak?
Madam Mayor, through General Manager. I must agree with Councillor Ingram that the pig farms at Young are probably some of the best run in Australia. I've had calls from people in Adelaide telling me how good they are. But I happen to know personally the gentleman that dealt with Edwina's father to get approval for the two pig farms in Young. And I took him to the proposed site of the new one, and he looked at it and he said, no way. That's only about the site, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Piper. I think I'm the only one who hasn't spoken yet. And as chair, I'm sort of chairing this in a sense, but I would just like to make the point that over this whole thing, and it has followed me through my whole political career, if you like, I have been out to the site a number of times. First time a few years ago, and the concerns that have been raised, especially about the site, are the concerns that I have always had, and I have held firm to those concerns right through. I am conflicted in that ethically I'm against it. If I look at it legislatively, as I think Councillor Mackie pointed out, then really I should support the recommendation. So it comes down to, doesn't it, where does ethics go or where does the legal compliance go? As all councillors have said, we acknowledge the professionalism of Blantyre Farms. I acknowledge the work that they are doing in renewables and recycling. And I also acknowledge the work that has been done both by the staff and by the consultant, and the work that has been done both on behalf of Blantyre Farms and behalf of Hilltops Council. So where does that leave me? If I was going to be political, I suppose I could say, okay, legislatively, I can vote that way. If I'm going to be ethical according to my ethics and according to how I see the environmental ethics, especially of our community, then I feel that I have really no choice but to vote against this. So we have all had a chance for a comment. I will now put it to the vote.
No, you won't
vote of reply.
to the vote at all.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Right of reply.
3 years. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I haven't taken on board what I said earlier on. I'm not going to repeat the reason that I support this DA. As I've said, there's 1,000 pages, and I'm not saying I read every word of them, but everywhere I went with a roadblock that was saying this is a danger, this is a concern, when you get back to the New South Wales State Department, they're all ticked off with general approval. Everywhere you go, in the summary, approval. It amazes me that we can sit in this room, some people, and talk about the future and the potential for overflow when I read a heap of pages about no flow. But anyway, so obviously all those people that work for New South Wales Environment Protection Authority, New South Wales Department of Environment and Heritage, New South Wales Department of Planning and Environment and Water DPE, they obviously don't know what they're doing. Because you know what? They ticked the approval. But I'm hearing people in this room, and with the greatest respect to my fellow councillors, obviously have more insight and more knowledge than those people working for those departments. So imagine if your people are right and they're wrong, there'll be a lot of people looking for work next week out of the New South Wales Department. I just cannot take that on board. I don't want to simplify it too much. You pay big money to get experts' advice and you want to throw it out the door. So let's go back. I feel like our colleague, Deputy Mayor, is considering everyone and the reports. Well, the reports will tick approval. So we'll leave that there. My learned Councillor Fitzgerald was going all right till he spoke about animal activists. That just stopped live export in WA. If you want to live with people like that, good luck. Also mentioned that we needed to take on board 4,500 submissions that come from Western Australia, South Australia, Northern Territory. They couldn't find Hilltops. I gave them a guided tour. And we're supposed to take them serious. I'm sorry, Councillor. At times you say some really smart and stuff I can pick up is really good, but saying that I've got to take notice of someone sending a worded email from the top of Western Australia speaking against a piggery at Harden, I just can't correlate the two together at all. That is a joke. Again, you mentioned waste management overflow. Everywhere in the report, it's ticked off as being addressed. So we get to odour, mentioned by everyone, and Councillor Dodd and Mayorals, and problems with odour. Now, I won't say a good friend, but an associate I have dealings with is in the room and spoke actually tonight, Mr. Campbell. And with the greatest of respect to Mr. Campbell. Anyone who lived in top end of Young knows it can get odour all right from an abattoir. And they've greatly advanced. I moved to Young in 2000 and it wasn't all that flash then. But abattoirs and the industry have come a long, long way to address those matters. So I have some trouble with that particular part of it as well. Now, what I do have problems with, and you might have just gathered that by a foreshadowed motion being put up with a number of items, is a clear case of caucusing. That is a no-no in local government. This is a clear case of councils with a caucus. I obviously missed the meeting. for people to sit in this room and say,
Point of order. That
Point
is
of
not
order.
right.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you.
who's got the floor?
And I actually take that.
That's a point of order. Thank you. That is implication on councillors.
If I've offended my learned Deputy Mayor, I apologise.
Thank you. The apology.
Not a problem.
Accepted. Thank you. And just take
Right.
back that
Yep.
comment. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I've apologised. Thank you. There you go. I still believe it was a caucus. So,
Councillor Ingram.
I'm sorry. I've done a doctor. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll take it back. Yeah, I'll take it back.
Yes.
Yeah, there
After the event.
Yeah,
Thanks
no,
a lot.
yeah.
Okay.
When I think about it. So
Just remember that we are governed by our code of meeting conduct.
Thank you, Madam
And
Mayor.
that's part of
Yeah,
it.
I'm
Thank
well
you.
aware. Thank you for the advice. Thank you. I appreciate it. So back to what's in front of us with DA. And you yourself, Madam Mayor, just mentioned legality of the issue. But quite obviously, the way you spoke, you're voting on emotions, not ethics and integrity, emotions. And we're not here to vote on emotions. And with the greatest respect to the people of Harden, I understand. I mentioned earlier on, I have got empathy for the people that will be affected who are neighbours. No one ever said I didn't have. But when I read the reports done by the professionals, it is ticked off with approval. It is ticked off by our council staff, just for a point of interest to everyone.
Thank you.
With the recommendations of our council staff in the 3-year term that we've been here, only once has this council voted against a staff recommendation. You know what it was? To keep the 3 cake tins up at the credit union. And here we are tonight with staff recommendation. You sit here and want to throw it out the door. You talked about industry and jobs. Not so very long ago, you turned a residential area of Young into industrial because it was going to create jobs. There's a correlation, Madam Mayor. I think I've said enough. I think I know what's going to happen here. But this will not be the end of this matter, whether it be a notice of motion, a rescission motion, or how you want to play the game. It won't be the finish of it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. And of course, that is your right. Okay. Now we have had discussion and I will put it to the vote. All right. Those in favour of the recommendation that Council grant deferred commencement consent for intensive livestock agricultural operation being a pig farm, electricity generation works and ancillary development at 230 BONOAK Road, BEGGAN, subject to the recommended conditions in attachment 1. Those in favour? Councillor Mackie. Those against?
Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Piper, Councillor Todd.
Okay, the motion is lost. Now we will go to the foreshadowed motion.
Is there a second?
Motion hits here. Do I have a second for the foreshadowed motion? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald.
It now becomes the motion. It's not a foreshadowed motion anymore.
Yes, thank you. It has been pointed out to me that it is no longer foreshadowed. It is now the motion in front of us.
We're going to do the motion.
Yes.
We'll just wait for a minute until it's up. All right. Councillors can see it. I'll read it out so everybody can hear. All right. The motion that Council ADA 2020-0005 refuse the application due to the following reasons: site suitability, extreme weather events, contamination risk, community concerns about pollution of water, odour and contamination.
Madam Mayor, should it say site unsuitability?
Oh, pardon me, site unsuitability.
Or
thank you.
Something like that.
Well, yes, it makes it clearer, but the suitability. So, and community concerns, I'm sure there are more that could be involved, but I think that it encapsulates most of the concerns. As the mover, as I said earlier, I have followed this for the last well, all the time I've been in council, the last 7 years. I have stayed the course in my concerns about the suitability of the site. It has taken me, and I realise that we employ wonderful, excellent experts in their field who have no personal concerns or personal ties to what we're looking at. So their impartiality I have found to be impeccable. Legislatively, as I said before, I most probably should support the recommendation, but ethically I cannot. And that is why I put up this motion. Would somebody else like to speak?
Yeah, I'll support you in the motion. I think it's important that we get some clarity, some definitive clarity on this issue. A lot of people put a lot of time into this, and I think it's time that we made a decision that we move on. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Anybody like to speak against? Thank you, Councillor Ingram.
I'll take a little moment here to get just what I heard and take it all in. We need to get a definitive answer. I'll take a stab in the dark. Madam Mayor said she's been involved in council. I've been in council since 2012. It's been going on for a long time. Applicants have just spent the best part of 5 years. And I'm not game to... I'm not... Well, 9, I've been here, I said 12. To get this to where it get all the ticks of approval. And God knows how much expense that's incurred, but they've done that because they believe in doing things properly. We want to get more definitive answers. 1,010 pages. I don't know how many times you have to get the answer that has been approved by the New South Wales state government authorities. Not one of them, not 2 of them, 3 of them. And as Madam Mayor has pointed out before, when they voted for another matter, very recently on DAs, expert staff with recommendations. Legality, I should vote for it. And then sits there and says, I'm going to vote against it. I'm at a bit of a loss as to how you can justify what you've just said there. And to the councillors who say they need more reassurance, after reading the reports that have come to us, and I hate repeating it, with approval, to 4 people in this room are that involved with it, but they say no. I can assure you there will be more costs associated with this for the applicant, and I will fully support them on their journey to have justice done on a DA that has not one recommendation, not one justifiably legal reason for voting it down. It flies in the face of what we're put here to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Anybody else? We've had 2 for, 1 against. Councillor Mackie, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I'm not as articulate as Brian, really. But I was, I mean, that was a hard slog to go through and read what I read. And we all know we're really sort of, it's a thief of time when you have to go through that much information, and I'm sure all of us did. And I'm an ethical person. There's no doubt about that. I don't know where I still but I know I haven't got the credentials of the people that put this together. So, okay, I might think, well, I feel sorry for people around it, and I do. I haven't got a crystal ball to say there are going to be massive rain events in the future, or all the things that seem to... that people make decisions on what they can't see. They've got predictions that they may never happen, but somehow they're sort of ethically tied to all these things that they don't know about. So I have to say I'm very disappointed. I mean, I took a lot of phone calls from people that were really distressed about it. But I also took phone calls from people that were really in support of it. And I have to say I am very disappointed. I'm a sore loser.
Thank you, Councillor Mackey. All right. If there are no more comments, we've had 2 for and 2 against. No more comments. I'll put it to the floor then. Those in favour?
Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Lover, Councillor
Those against? Okay.
Councillor
The motion was carried.
I might just inform Councillor Piper that I'll be following up with Councillor Stadmill about conflict of interest in regarding to that matter.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. All right. Okay. Thank you. Look, we have been here for almost 2 hours. We will go back to the next one of Allendale Road. If anybody wishes to move or leave, then this is the time to do it.
I'm just going to text Councillor Stadmill.
Okay. Right.
You've got to get used to it.
Yeah, thanks. Peter.
Why you call that? Why you call that Councillor Ingram? It's in stark contrast to how you dealt with me.
Excuse me, Councillor Stadmiller, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
You just appear to be somewhat in darkness there, but just see it now.
Fairly dark where I am. Don't worry about
Okay, thank you.
Stand up, council.
Okay, let's move on. We're going back now to all right, council. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're moving on. We're moving on. Councillors, Councillor Flannery. All right, might be inconsistent, but at the moment we're moving on. Thank you. All right. Okay, let's go back to 14.1, 24250, motion DA 2023-0211 subdivision, 8 lots into 7 lots of Allendale Road. And the motion is before you. Council grant development consent to development application for an 8 lot into 7 lot subdivision over lots 1679, 1680, 81, 88 in DP 754611 and lots 1 to 4 in DP 1294391, generally in accordance with the conditions of consent in attachment 1. It's there before you. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman, and a seconder. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dodd. Councillor Foreman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this has come up a couple of times before, and
Once actually.
And look, there really isn't any reason why this we should not grant this development consent. I do believe the road is now a separate issue, which I'll, through you, General Manager, will ask the Director some questions. But we are already on, have been on the 14th of August, as you can see in the report. The Council was served notice of a Class 1 application to the New South Wales Land and Environment Court, which will go to court on the 9th of September, which the proponent has already gone ahead and done due to the fact that I assume that they also think that there is no justification for this not to be approved. So through you, General Manager, I'd just like to ask the Director of Planning, just in regards to the road and the road issues, if it is now separate or to the claims of Mrs. Douglas. Thank you.
So through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So you'll recall that recently we repealed the Section 94 plan for Young, and that means, and the resolution you made meant that the funds we generated from that are then pulled together to our 94A plan. Now, what that does is sever the connection between our obligation to upgrade Allendale Road, because that plan has been rescinded, and you've resolved where those funds are going to be applied. So if you were to approve this subdivision tonight, it would not obligate council because of the existence of the Section 94 plan. It does, of course, create 4 new dwelling entitlements, which will be some new residents who will advocate to you about the need to upgrade this road into the future. But there is no obligation in the same way there was if we had the Section 94 plan operative.
So through you, General Manager. So, Mayor, I'm sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, my apologies. It's been a long 3 hours. So as regarding the biodiversity issues that keep being mentioned, what would you say to that? The plan is the biodiversity, I believe, is a very high level report from memory, from reading that.
So through you, Madam Mayor, you attached to the report is the flora and fauna report that was presented using the BAM method, biodiversity assessment method. That is the highest level assessment that can be undertaken, and the application was adjusted in response to that study, and therefore it meets the requirements in our LEP and DCP.
Okay. So then it would be everything, all the boxes are ticked, and it's all. And don't you say it. Don't you say it. There is no reason to not. Well, we don't have to drink. There's not a drinking issue out it if you're going to go down that path. Anyway, that's okay. Just
Councillor Foreman, just to ask you a question.
So we feel that there is no reason for this application to not be.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the report outlines the planning assessment that was done against our LEP and our DCP, and on the basis of that, we found that we recommend this should be approved because it hits all our planning controls and meets all our planning controls.
Right. Any other questions?
You betcha.
Councillor Ingram.
You betcha. I'll speak against the recommendation. I've got to be careful here because I have great respect to my Deputy Mayor. But the first question I have is the manner in which this came back to council. Everything that I've been led to, I believe, for 12 years has been turned on its head and came back to notice of motion. Okay, I'm fine with that. Because if you bring back a rescission motion, you have to have had something come to light. New information from when the vote was taken to bring it back to council. You just can't take it back to council because you didn't like the decision. You have to have a reason. Can someone tell me the reason why this came back to council after it was voted on and dealt with? What is the reason? Be careful when you answer, because I think I know it. Would any one of the three people who put the notice of motion in like to answer that question for me, councillor?
Hold on, we'll just get expert advice here.
No expert advice. It came back to council.
It's our right. It is our right, councillor.
I've got the floor.
To ask for expert advice.
No
yes, but I'm
advice.
also mayor and I am speaking. Thank you.
You can stand up and speak.
Thank you.
Can I continue with my presentation?
Just a moment.
What for? What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? I asked, could the explanation why this notice of motion was brought back? I was told it was because the council voted and didn't really understand what they voted on. I'm not going to name names. If that's the reason, that's improper.
Hold on.
Is the motion valid then, Mr. General Manager?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the rescission motion, you can rescind it for whatever reason you want. The only requirements of the Code of Meeting Practice is that 3 people sign it to bring it back for the very reason that if you didn't like the decision, you wanted to rescind, and that has happened before, councillor.
That's not my information that was relayed to me by OLG, but Mr. General Manager, I pay respect to you being in your position.
Well,
so I take your answer.
Well, my understanding from
my question still stands, Mr. General Manager. Can any of the councillors confirm that is why this notice of motion is back to us? Because one councillor voted without really understanding what they voted for. Because at the time there was an amendment put with the original motion. That's all I'm asking. If that's the case, I am disappointed.
Point.
So no one's going to answer the question, right? I'll keep going then. Okay. Next point. I'm just speaking against.
Just remember your time limit, won't you,
You
Councillor
can
Ingram?
clock on me, Madam Mayor. That's right. Now, we've just heard you talk about ethics and integrity. So, okay. So you've just heard with Dorothy Dixon, which confirms that now this council is happy to bring this back and approve this, knowing full well we have no responsibility to deal with the road. I'm not talking about financial responsibility. I'm talking about safety. I presume all councillors drove that road when this came up and had a look at just how bad a condition it is, how dangerous it is. Now more traffic. And now it's been confirmed to some councillors that we won't be held responsible or accountable to do that road because I happen to be the person who rescinded and changed that planning arrangements, because this matter had been dealt with. But when some councillors obviously found out that's been dealt with, where's the ethics and integrity? They bring it back to council now and say, we wipe our hands, we can approve this and we don't have to do the road. That's what you asked the director, and that's what the director, thank you for his succinct answer. I am really struggling with the ethics that have been displayed in this chamber tonight in regard to DAs that affect our whole community. To bring this back for no real reason and want it back on there knowing you just wiped your hands of the responsibility of doing the road is, I think, something that I haven't come across yet, but I'm learning all the time. So for the reasons of my integrity and my ethics, and also, did I mention biodiversity? Now, we all know I'm pretty strong on that. We've just had a DA where, it was talked and talked and talked over biodiversity. Page 680, clause 6.3. The objective of this clause is to maintain terrestrial and aquatic biodiversity. The subject land has been mapped as being within a high biodiversity area, as per the Natural Resources Sensitivity Biodiversity Map. Big words. So what did the applicant do to get around that? They had another consultant do another map, and they moved a couple of lines. And we're going to move a house. Instead of building it there, we'll move it down there. How? I know I'm not all over this biodiversity, but I just can't work out how moving the house from there to there saves that biodiversity. All the water issues that are mentioned out there as well with that project. It is loaded with potential ramifications, and for those reasons, and I don't know the reasons why it was brought back to us, but I can't support it. You just mentioned also that The applicant had lodged court proceedings. Well, we best get used to that because I'm pretty sure the people who just walked out the door will be lodging a big one tomorrow.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Anybody else like to speak?
I'd like to speak.
Okay.
I'd like to speak against it, Madam Mayor, and I'll start by reading the Statement of Ethical Obligations. Councillors are reminded that they will undertake the duties of the office, and I didn't think I'd ever actually read this, but I thought some people might need to take some notice of it, of the office of council in the best interests of the people of the Hilltops local government area and the Hilltops Council, and that they will faithfully and impartially carry out their functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in them under the Local Government Act 1993 and any other act to the best of their ability and judgment as per the oath of affirmation of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. I had the joy of sitting outside and watching the last matter on live streaming, and I heard Madam Mayor say that she actually was going to act partially. That the matter ticked all the boxes. So we come, but she had no regard for legal. She was going to act on her own partial view. So,
Councillor,
no, Madam Mayor, you
have moved on from that.
Well, I'm
just keep to this.
I'm
topic,
going to relate
please.
it to this, thanks, Madam
Thank
Mayor.
you.
So there's a need to act impartially. And when I voted at the last meeting, my grave concern was for the biodiversity that was going to be destroyed and for the consequence for Allendale Road. And I voted against it. So now we've decoupled Allendale Road, so there's no obligation on anyone to maintain or upgrade Allendale Road. So we've left ourselves in a pretty vulnerable position because we have an obligation to act in the best interests of the people of the Hilltops local government area, and we will act faithfully and impartially to carry out those functions. Now, we know that road is not capable of supporting the traffic volumes that are likely to occur as a result of this. We know it's got huge trees, that damn big, box trees, very close, it's winding, it's single vehicle. We've acted to get rid of what we regard as a key issue so we can approve a private developer to make money. And we think we're acting in the best interests of the Hilltops local government area. I struggle with the duplicity of this. I struggle with the duplicity of the previous motion that was brought back to the previous motion that prevented them acting in a similar manner that we are acting now. I think you all need to read your statement of ethical obligation.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. I'd just like to speak for the motion. Councillor Dodd, did you have your?
I just have a couple of questions.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The biodiversity, my understanding was the biodiversity on the land, and that's why the blocks were moved to enable, because the trees had to be protected, and by changing the lots, it enabled building envelopes on every block of land that would preserve the biodiversity, that the biodiversity is being preserved.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
And the other thing is, my understanding was that the road before was not actually all of Allendale Road that was going to be linked anyway. It was only ever the part of Allendale Road that was actually outside. Have I got that wrong?
So through you, Madam Mayor, there is a condition of consent that requires the upgrade of the roading up along the length of the subdivisions. That's 230 metres that needs to be upgraded to two-way standard. And that's because there's a connection between the impact of that subdivision and that road outside. And just to clarify my statement earlier, when I talked about the obligation, it's the obligation to spend the money from the contributions fund on the upgrade of that road. Now you have an obligation to spend that on the road network that's included in the Section 94A plan. The catalyst for why you're considering this is that through our LEP, we set a 2 hectare minimum lot size, and that enabled the intensity of development. You, of course, as a council, always have an obligation to upgrade and maintain the roads to the levels of service that we provide our community.
So just a point of clarification on that.
Councillor Flannery.
I want to clarification.
Yes, but you've spoken once.
I'm just asking the director point of clarification.
Through the Mayor, is that what you said?
Yes, through the Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery.
So will there be adequate funds? Will there be adequate funds from the contributions plan to upgrade the relevant section of road?
So
not considered.
Madam Mayor, part of the rationale for rescinding the Section 94 plan is that it was abundantly clear that there wouldn't be the yield from that to meet their anticipated works that are in that plan, which is why the council decided to rescind that plan and then go to the Section 94A plan, which is a more general application of those funds.
Could I have a point of clarification through you, Madam Mayor?
Yes, you may, Councillor.
That point of a clarification, I'm probably wrong there, but so taking all that on board, this notice of motion, as this call was brought back to us from the last council meeting, for us to make a decision on this, that will heavily impede on the newly formed council, whoever may be elected, in regard to where that funding would need to come from to do that road work. Again, I would touch on Councillor Flannery's word, ethics. For us to sit here and reverse a decision that was made, knowing what we know. I don't think there's a lot of ethics involved, and I don't think it's fair on a newly elected council to walk into that first up. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. I was up and down that road a few times. I see where it is. It's about a K, I think, from Chillingworks Road. Would I be right?
Correct.
It is about a K. Thank you for that verification. Offline, definitely offline. But it's about a K to Chillingsworks Road. As I travelled down that, my concern, not only did it seem to me that there was car traffic, and I did, my concern is also perhaps perceived truck movements up and down that road. Am I right in thinking that as I went past? No, it's not low. It's not low. If we're looking at the road, then we have to consider the traffic that is already there. That kilometre down to Chillingworks Road is the way that people would go out. Well, that's the way I'd go out anyway. The road is narrow. It certainly is. And there is remnant vegetation on the sides of the roads, which we always protect as much as we can. But for me, that increase of it's from 4 to 7 homes, looking at other developments where that has been concerned, I don't see that increase in road traffic as being enormous. And I will be supporting.
Through you, Madam Mayor, could I have another point of clarification or ask you a question? Did you just directly have what's the word I'm after? By bringing in people who are already established and live on that road and their livelihood by talking about truck movements? Did you intentionally mean to bring that into this debate?
I was asking generally about whether there were truck movements up or down.
I don't believe your answer. Thank you. No, you don't.
I was. Thank you. Yep. Okay, righto. Councillor Foreman, if there are no more queries, questions, comments, Councillor Foreman?
Look, like I've said, there is no reason why this should not be approved. It's as simple as that. There isn't a reason.
It's like the last one, but you disapproved it.
You know what? You've had your say. Well, you know what? We're all in the chamber. We all have a say. That's why there's a council. It doesn't make the decision wrong or right.
Well spoken. Well spoken.
All right. Thank you. That's enough playing around. Thanks. All right. I will, if there's no more comments, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour?
In favour. Foreman.
Would you like to make sure
Gerald, Roll.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Kate.
So Rolls, Councillor Dodd, Councillor Stadmiller.
5.
Those against?
Those against?
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Mackey, Councillor Flannery, Councillor Piper.
All right.
He voted
before. All right. The motion's carried. Thank you, everybody. Let's get back to item
12.1.
It's the way it's received by the person you're talking to, and at the moment I choose to ignore. Excuse me, allow continuing in the chamber. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Excuse me. Just a moment. That's not professional. We have a whisper in the chamber. Councillors, including Councillor Foreman and Councillor Flannery and Councillor Ingram.
Hello, Madam Mayor. What's that? I was distracted by Deputy Mayor. Sorry. I'm
sorry. I'm asking you. No, look.
What do you like?
I'm just asking you to follow the total meeting practice and just to be quiet for the moment.
I do religiously. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, we're back to the. I'm also going to say at the moment it is 6:45. Nobody's going to like this, but for ONH purposes, I'm going to suggest that at 7 o'clock we have a 10-minute break.
Oh, wait.
If I have to,
I will move that.
Thank
please.
you, Councillor Foreman. Do I have a seconder? Those in favour?
Foreman, Fitzgerald, Rolls, Dodd, Stadmiller. Those against?
Those against?
Ingram, Mackey, Flannery, Piper. Passed.
It's passed. All right, 7 o'clock. We have a 10-minute break. Thank you. All right, let's get to the General Manager's report. We have in front of here the meeting's attended by all. Do I have a mover? Thank you. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Dodd. Those in favour? Okay, unanimous. Yeah,
yep.
I can't. Unanimous.
I'm trying to catch up, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I'm a bit confused.
12.2.
We're up to 12.2. Delegations during the election period.
Moved.
Okay, moved and seconded. Do we have a? If not, any questions, queries? I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. 12.3. We're up to the financial improvement strategy. And the recommendation is that we receive and note the information. Do I have a mover?
Happy to move with a question.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. And thank you, Councillor Flannery. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I congratulate staff. And looks like we're moving forward. I think I've said it before in the chamber, I'm not a great believer in a lot of words and paperwork. I'd rather actions, but we have to have a plan in place. So just to get a gauge on where we are with it, one of the items at the top of the list was asset recycling. Now, it was a matter brought to the council's attention a number of years ago about the redundant sale yards in Young. I'm probably not going to get an answer tonight, but at the time, money was spent doing investigations, soil testing. The general manager was all done. And I can't call for a report to be brought back to this council, but maybe for the new incoming council, whoever may be on it, if a report could be done and actually followed up on some questions we asked in regard to the redundant sale yards in Young. There's an opportunity there for this council to actually make some money. If some people follow up on some suggestions that were put forward, and that is one of them. And before that time, again, it will be up to a new council to make sure a motion is put in place that I believe Councillor Stadmiller put up one night, but there was 3 or 4 other items with it and it was defeated in regard to any windfall cash from asset sales in any particular of the former LGAs, that's where that money remains. To make that simple, if you sell something in Young for $1 million, it gets spent back in the former Young LGA. That will be up for the new councillors to decide, but it would be very disappointing to see $1 million asset sold in the former Young LGA and spent down the bottom of wherever. So can someone give me, has anything been done about the sale yards?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the Director of Planning has some.
Yes, yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So yes, preliminary contamination site assessment was done. It's very high level, and it's just it was done in 2022, and it was just to identify whether there was any immediate concerns. It's not a full contaminated site assessment, and it found that there were no concerns. So that was like step one. It has been completed.
As I say, now it will rest with the newly elected council. But that doesn't mean it gets to fall off. Thank you.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Before, I think Councillor Flannery had a question or a comment, and then to Councillor Piper.
Well, a question following on from Councillor Ingram's. Is there a reason why it hasn't come back to council if we had the report done in 2022?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I think it's been part of a broader process to look at all the assets, and we've been trying to identify all the assets. And again, we can bring back individual ones, but we intended to bring back a complete suite as identified. So that's with us.
Well, I think given the financial situation of council, it would be handy if we were able to get some money in the door, because if we wait, we might be waiting for another 4 years. I guess, look, I'd like to compliment staff on a lot of the work they've done. The issues listed as yet to begin, and the time frame remaining, including a council election and new council. I think some things we need to get our skates on about. Asset recycling, I think, is probably one of the most critical. The other thing, again, I express my disappointment in that we have workshops and we get a lot of information in a workshop, and we turn up with 3 pages here, and we wonder why the community believe nothing's happening. You know, there was some good information in the workshop. It needs to come. Not a pricing into these council reports. They need to come in. I'm sorry if it's extra pages, but the community want to know what we're dealing with and the good work you're doing, actually.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for that support there, Councillor. Really, the reason we haven't bought it is because it really is a work in progress, and we balance that towards bringing information that is complete versus a work in progress. But your point is noted, and we'll see how much more we can bring into certainly the next report.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I mean, I hear what you say, but then if I was a ratepayer reading, asset recycling, it's got existing asset information presented to the workshop on June 17. Next line, draft service legal cost report presented to workshop June 17. I mean, you'd be thinking, well, what is it they're being told that we're not being told? Is there something in there that they don't want us to know? And I think that's actually the attitude most people take.
Yeah. Well, apologise for that. That has been the approach to make sure it's complete. But point noted, Councillor, we'll improve that.
Okay. All right. If there are no more questions. Oh, Councillor Piper.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest I'm almost sure Councillor Armstrong asked for this investigation into the stockyards 12 months ago.
Yeah, it's through you, Madam Mayor. He did highlight it as a potential, and then it took, under instruction, some time to get that report done, and this Director of Planning has pulled that together, and we are still working on it. And as I said, it has been caught up in a whole picture of asset recycling rather than individual.
I'll give you a tip. I'd probably like to see that my mate's name left completely out of the chamber. Thank you.
All right, we acknowledge that. Okay, if there are no more questions, queries, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour?
Yeah.
Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll turn to 12.4. We've got time. 24.231, cash investment and unrestricted cash report. Do I have a mover?
Move that way.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. A seconder? Councillor Dodd. Any queries, questions? If not, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody.
Can I just, sorry, Madam Mayor, through you, just highlight the paragraph there on page 2 about
The items dealt with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dealt with. So you don't have to worry. All right, let's go to 12.5, outstanding rates and charges and sundry debtors report.
Happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Any queries, questions? If not, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move to 12.6, information system status. And the recommendation there is to receive and note the report.
I move.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. Seconder? Councillor Foreman. All right. If there are no questions, queries, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour?
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. All right. We'll move to 12.7, preparation of the 2023-2024 financial statement.
Happy to move with questions.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Seconder, Councillor Foreman. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Questions, maybe some comments. A note on page 69. The report is about the consolidated financial operating result before grants and contributions. And the statement shows a deficit of 6.831 million. Very good. Could the CFO please tell us what the general fund deficit was?
Through you, Madam Mayor, 9.775 million.
Thank you. And it's tucked away, that result, on page 129. It's not reported in the body of the report, where once again the community read that. They're not going to read that, but they've read this. And I've had 3 phone calls about a deficit of 6.831 that I had to correct.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, this is the template that is provided by the Office of Local Government.
Thank you very much,
We are
Mr.
not,
General Manager. Thank you.
we're not hidden.
The note for an opinion. Thank you. So my next question on that page, which I found when I looked a bit later about materials, on page 102, I think the answer was the disparity with the $6 million in materials. But I found an explanation later on. It was obviously put under the wrong column at the time. That's what it says on page 102.
Well, no, that's not exactly correct.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor. You might remember the March QBR, if you have a look at the budget number, the other expenses had to remain that way, but there's a 4.7 million under the code transferred to materials.
$4.5 million of costs were budgeted as other expenses that should have been included in materials and services.
Correct, that's
Thank
right.
you.
So we can't change the budget number from,
Pointing that out for everyone.
that's fine. Yeah.
I'd love to read page.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
General public only ask questions on the easy stuff they can see, which I think they're going to be more scrutinising. But anyway, page 77 I've got written down here.
Your microphone, Councillor Ingram.
See? And that's in regard to the borrowings of council, which is $10,360,000. I won't ask for an opinion from the CFO. I might direct it to the General Manager. I would, in my mind, consider that to be very low borrowings given the size of our equity of our organisation. Would I be correct with that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes.
Thank you. Later on in the document, when we keep going, we'll find out a breakdown of what those borrowings are. So the general public, again, that mightn't flick through every page, but we'll mention that a bit later on when we get there. So I just wanted to make the point that For a long time, council's come under heavy criticism for debt. And I just want to highlight that number. And because I know our audience is increasing through the new method of looking in on our council meetings. So they need to be aware that our borrowings are well in control. So while there's some in this document, including the $9.77 million deficit in the general fund, which is not real good news, there is some good news. So things may turn around with a lot of diligence. So we go to page 84, fellow councillors. And this page really shows you where council must improve. And me being me, it's pretty basic. There's more going out than's coming in. And you run across them lines there and you look at the environment and you look what we get in and what we put out. Governance, compliance, all those areas. Destination economy. There's more money going out than's coming in. That's why we've got the deficit. That's the page that everyone needs to keep a reminder of, that we have to improve that area to get out of and back on a stronger footing financially, let's say. As I said, I believe it's getting better, slowly. We go to page 95, and this is a question in regard to payroll tax, 90,000. Could you please inform me how or why council is paying payroll? Fringe benefit tax. I was always of the understanding that was a personal responsibility, but there's 90,000 there that we paid fringe benefit tax. I have a bit of an interest in this because I've been through this before. So could someone explain why council's paying $90,000 fringe benefit tax, please?
Yeah. To you, Madam Mayor. Fringe benefits tax is
I know what it is.
Related to obviously fringe benefits. I personally contribute as part of my package a complete recovery of that fringe benefit, so I pay no fringe benefits. So my total remuneration package is limited by that, and I believe that is the same for all the members of staff on the state contracts. But further down the line, there may be some difference in FBT benefits that I think particularly would be in relation to car benefits. There's been some historical agreements with staff that the lease payments that they make towards the benefit of the car may not outweigh what is the fringe benefit related to that vehicle. But they have historical agreements with staff and they have to be honoured.
Thank you for that. I struggle with some of that, given that it comes under B3/-1, employee benefits and on costs. And we're paying 90,000 there, fringe benefit tax. Again, the new council is probably entitled to have a breakdown of just how that occurs, given that my last experience with FBT wasn't all that pleasant. I'll move on now. Now it's been brought to your attention.
Can I just get clarification on that through you, Madam Mayor? What is the tax rate for fringe benefits tax?
It's the highest tax rate.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that now? 47 cents in the dollar?
47 cents in the dollar.
Thereabouts. Yeah.
That would imply there's about $210,000 of benefits.
I'll have to take that on. Yeah. Allegedly, I'll have to take that on notice. We'll do a calculation of what's in the 90,000.
It most likely related to, I mean, I'm aware of one instance where it was questioned why there was a car benefit, but a contractual arrangement entered to by a director and then signed off some many years ago would proffer a fringe benefit because of the way in which it was calculated. But that's the entitlement of staff. And if you don't compensate them through that way, you'd have to compensate through another way under the award. So I'm sort of tied there. But that everyone that's been here for much longer than I've been here that has access to a vehicle may be encapsulated by that.
Can I just add to the gentleman's comment? We're doing a review of that following the financial statement, and And the comment earlier about the functions, that's aligned with the financial improvement strategy. We're doing a review, and there are a lot of old historic contractual arrangements in place around wages, employment.
Thank you. I just only brought that up because the last legal anomaly that I went through with fringe benefit tax clearly stated that it was the employee's responsibility to take care of it.
That is normally the case,
not
but
the organisation. So we've said enough on that. I'll leave it with you. You rectify, do whatever you're to do. But I think the new council is entitled to know why that is there. Okay. We'll move on to 97. Depreciation. Private business love depreciation. Local government, we don't love it so much because we've got to report it and it comes off our figures. So on a good note, and I'll talk about the deficit in the general fund a bit later, but it's quite significant. But when we look at depreciation, and I'll call the general manager if he doesn't mind to help me along here a bit. We spoke at several times in regard to depreciation on roads and bridges, that we all agree on that 80% of that funding comes from grants. And that's pretty safe to say that that's a round figure. So when you look at your depreciation on your financial statements of 22.3 million, and I might add that to make things a bit harder for council to make it look better, our depreciation increased by $2.2 million roughly, I think. So that hurts as well for the bottom line. But if you let's take the roads and bridges out. Round figures, I know, I did them somewhere. $9 million, they're there, 8.7 and 9.5, close enough.
9.6
million dollars. If you take that off, and then take off the 80% that the government gives us, the state for the grants, that'll reduce. That reduces that depreciation number by $7 million. Now, this is only paper talk. It's not cash. We know that. It's just paper talk. But it could reflect. What I'm trying to say is things aren't as dire as what they might read to the common person reading these figures. Depreciation is something that's backlog of work. I understand that, and it's important that we try and keep on top of it. But what I'm saying is we have to depreciate those roads and bridges fully, but we acknowledge 80% of the funding will come from state and federal bodies. Is that near enough to being correct, General Manager?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, to highlight the issue in the full first year of Hilltops Council depreciation, as I looked it up, was $15.8 million. So during the period to the 30th of June 2024, that's $6.6 million worth of depreciation. Now, no amount of increase in rates or other things would encapsulate that.
No.
But what that indicates is, and you'll see our cash improve, what that indicates is that we have an infrastructure gap where depreciation, just in layman's terms, represents what has been used of that asset. The asset is being used, and the requirements, this is where in some ways the rules of the House are against us, is that we must revalue assets. So part of that depreciation is not the cash that the community paid for the asset. It is a revalued amount. And I actually put to the New South Wales Auditor General, what is missing in depreciation as it pertains to local government is what is the community benefit of depreciating a road. And that does affect our costs. And as I said, if you take out the $22 million of depreciation, and I'm not saying that that's the right thing to do, however, the figures are completely changed, and that occurs in every fund.
Thank you for that. I just don't want to complicate it too much for our viewers, but yes, that things aren't always just as they read with financials for local government. Go to page 105, and as General Manager just touched on, and doesn't matter the CFO or the General Manager like to comment, but I know our cash position has improved greatly. We were in dire straits not that long ago, because if one thing's going to send you out the back door, it's no cash. So our cash position has improved. Would I be correct in that, Mr. General Manager, to significantly?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, and again, as I've highlighted, we get the federal assistance grants, and that's some $9 million. And for reasons known to the government, they pay that at the end of the financial year in advance, but we have to record it because it's unrestricted as cash. And the other thing that is the benefit that really has actually improved our cash position is through the work of the team. We've actually pulled in many of those outstanding grants. I think there was some $6 million in one bridge alone that we had outlaid that we've now recovered.
Bundabo. So,
yeah. So that's why the cash is up. What I will say with the cash, however, not to rain on my own parade, but that cash will be used for the projects that we are outlaid.
Well, thank you for that. On page 124, that's where it breaks down those borrowings a little bit for everyone. And you can see there, water and sewer are the main components of our borrowings. Loans were taken out to upgrade infrastructure and water and sewer and are being serviced by those water and sewer funds. So, as I say, that I'm speaking is not the last time. I hope there will be any, but I'd hate for people to think that council was in trouble because it was in debt, because council definitely is not in trouble because of debt. There's other reasons, but not debt.
And we've Madam Anne, through you, we've repaid a further $3 million in the last year in borrowings.
Yep. Thank you. So I go to page, I've got here now 129, but that was in regard to the deficit for the general fund, which $9.775 million, which is not all that flash, but anyway, we'll move off on that. Try and get a positive note on page. I bring people's attention to page 153. There's a lot of numbers and little ticks in this document, but on page 153, it clearly shows you where we need to improve our performance. And it's broken down to the general fund, water fund, and sewer funds. And you can see the benchmarks there, and the water and sewer funds, they're going really, really well. They're way above any expectations. If you go back to the general fund, operating performance ratio, we need to improve. I touched on that earlier. There has to be an improvement on how that's done. Own source operating revenue ratio, and I congratulate the CFO and his staff for wheeling those overdue payments to rates and everything else. It's not a nice or fun job, but it's got to be done. And hopefully we can work towards getting closer to our 60% benchmark that the good old former young LGA used to be able to do. So then we move to number 3, unrestricted current ratio, tied up. We're almost there. You'll again look at the water and sewer funds and we're way in front. But with the general fund, we're getting close, so which is good. And then if you look at 4, 5 and 6, pleased to say that, we're there. We're above expectations. The cash expense cover ratio, which is pretty important, even for the general fund, is way up above the benchmark. So I'd like to congratulate staff and the work that's been done in the last 18 months in regard to a matter that's been very concerning to everyone because of our financial position. We go to page 162 now. I hate to bore you, but for the people that aren't aware in regard to local government, you've got your general fund, your water fund and your sewer fund. Water fund, money in the water fund is to spend on water. Money in the sewer fund is to be spent on sewer. They're not to be used to the general fund. They're separate. And as you can see, they both are operating pretty well with surpluses. It depends which surplus line you read, but 1.48 to 1.3 in water, let's say, and 1.165 in sewer. So those two funds are doing really well. Then the Southwest Regional Waste Management Group, which we take that off our deficit as well, but it's not a lot, $166,000, but it's not our money. It's nothing to do with us, nor has the Rural Fire Zone. But my point about the general fund needs to be addressed. Our water and our sewer funds are operating pretty well. And as I think most of generally people would know, the water and sewer funds are still separate to the former 3 LGAs. There's young water, rural water, hardened water. That surplus that's there for the water fund, more than half of that is provided by the former Young LGA area water. I mention that now because it will become pertinent a little bit later when I move a motion. So I just want people to keep that in their mind about that surplus from the Young water supply. So look, thank you for your time and your patience going through that, but there's some people asking questions about it in the public domain. And I said I'd try and get it explained in plain English to them as the best I could in regard to our financials. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram, for your questions and for your comments. Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank two people in particular for the work they did, and they're Councillor Armstrong, who sadly we all know is not here anymore, and Councillor Ingram, because they pushed very hard for the financial improvement strategy, which is starting to come through in the results, and for the dedication to ensuring that it was followed up on. I reiterate Councillor Ingram's comments, and in fact, I think I made the comment a number of years ago about the depreciation factor, and I think we could add into to roads and bridges a very significant amount that's been upgraded on buildings. And I made the comment 4 or 5 years ago, I think it was even previous council, that given the quantum of grants we get, that they should be either footnoted or understood that we're always going to rely on grants, and depreciating for assets that we don't have any hope of funding ourselves, I think, is unrealistic. Although I don't agree with the General Manager's comment that depreciating roads should perhaps be removed, because I drive the roads extensively, and I don't think I'd like to see road depreciation factor removed. I think best practice would indicate that we should have best roads, not least of which for our very onerous contingent liabilities. I do believe we should have an asset revaluation fund. And so a question to the Director is, why do we not have a asset revaluation fund, particularly when we look at the number of the assets that have been upgraded in recent years? And when you look at depreciation, I've actually turned off the page, but I think swimming pools, I'll have to find a page again, but swimming pools was about 123,000.
Revalue this year, swimming pools.
And then the other one that we've spent a lot of money on, sewer. If you look at what we spent on the sewer this year, we're spending more on sewer upgrades than actually we've allowed for in the depreciation. So you might like to comment on having an asset revaluation reserve, and the fact that pools, which I think we've had a grant of 900,000 for one pool and 700,000 for the other, but we've only got 300,000 in there for depreciation. Does that mean that we've actually spent more than we've allowed for, so it goes back to zero? Or can you explain how that will work?
So this year,
I know the answer. I want you to explain.
So this year, that's good. So this year, the land and buildings were revalued again because the auditors want an accurate assessment. They're not willing to wait 5 years, as is shown in the accounts. Those that have to be redone this year was open space, swimming pools, and other structures. So that's an accredited valuer who's putting a value on the pool and pools on all other assets, including fair value and the depreciation. So as the value obviously moves up, then the depreciation will move up, of course. So so we'll be faced with this sort of exponential issue moving forward.
Is there a reason we don't list the asset revaluation reserve?
I don't believe that's allowed for in the local government code of conduct, but accounting principles. But I'll check that out. I mean, what you're really talking about is trying to put additional money away for replacement of assets. Is that what you're inferring?
Well, when you upgrade assets based on evaluation, you need to account for the upgraded value, and I think
that's exactly what's in the statements.
When we get a full, I'm not too sure how the road survey will be treated, but whether it'll be a devaluation or a revaluation of our road following the audit.
I doubt you'll see a devaluation on the roads.
So if we don't spend money on them, but is there going to be a value put on them as a result of those surveys? And do we have to
basically the audit office pushes us towards a replacement value, and we argue for condition and impairment. That is a discussion that we have with the.
But we've had an extensive survey of them, and I appreciate what you say, but that survey might indicate that more work is required than perhaps we've allowed for, or it might be able to allow us to pin down the exact costs of what that work's going to be, and will that have an impact on road valuation or?
Well, it would, yes. It definitely would, but we use an accredited. We have to, and of course, the VG with the tips and quarries and all the other assets, we have to use an accredited valuer. Otherwise, and those values are also used to go into our insurance policy. So the same information is provided to our insurer for insurance purposes. We just can't go out to any firm. We have to go to an accredited firm.
So when we've got the report in hand. I think at the last meeting it came back. It's been through three variations. Is there any financial implications?
So through you, Madam Mayor, certainly we use that information to validate our position on what we believe the value to be. That is then, in a way, checked or further validated by the independent person, and ultimately then we have to have that discussion with the audit office about what they believe is to be a fair value based upon other metrics that they use. We don't agree always. However, in many ways we have to put through what they dictate.
So the valuer will do a condition assessment. So when we get the report from 1 to 5, the valuer does a condition assessment on buildings, roads, etc. In terms of the value.
So in voting to have that report done, one of the key reasons we put forward is so that we could apply for grants and then be shovel ready in the application, which is, I think we all thought was very good. We also probably might need to be aware that it might have had the unintended consequence of increasing the value of our roads, and we need to increase
the condition of the road is increased. There's evidence there. Yes, the value will go up, and then we further depreciate it. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that there's not a rationale to depreciate all roads in any way. However, there must be a mechanism where there has to be the public benefit of the road, and we maintain the road with the cash available and grants available, etc. And that is seen. So the depreciation, all I'm saying is it feels like it's an arbitrary figure at this point, not connected to the value of the road and not indicative. We were making an assessment.
Clarification, you've just explained to us that it's based on the audit office acceptance of experts' reports, and that there's metrics for them to go by, and now you're saying it's an arbitrary valuation. I mean,
well, it's the value of the road and the depreciation. I just think of the public value in relation to the road is us maintaining that road and keeping it to the highest level it is. The $22 million worth of depreciation that hits our accounts takes us into negative territory, and that shows an infrastructure gap. And it may indicate, and it may be you're actually correct, that it should continue to indicate that. But our results will always be bad if that is the case. That's the only point I make.
I think if Councillor Armstrong was here, he might say the amount of money we spend is the service level that we achieve, whereas the depreciation is the service level we might aspire to. I think that might actually be another way of looking at it. I'll move on. In relation to the borrowings, the unrestricted borrowings, could you, Director, if he has the figures at hand, could you advise of the quantum that remains outstanding for the Boorowa Street upgrade, please?
For the Boorowa, sorry.
One of our significant borrowing amounts has been the Boorowa Street upgrade. It's been carried forward. Could you advise what the residual value of that is, please?
We'd have to take that on notice. Are you looking at C33 borrowings?
No, Norm, excuse me, Mr. CFO, it won't be that level of detail breaking down in the cost. Last I remember, the last time I was asked that question, I believe it was 1.5 million, that we would have paid some of that back. But it's not detailed in these accounts. I think it should be.
Well, I think with an election coming up, we should know, but it's probably 20 years. What do we know the term of that loan? I mean, what is the repayment schedule?
Term of the loan. It's on the back of the investment paper that loans are listed on the back. Just through you, Madam Mayor. If I can find it.
That only lists the current payment, and that was in relation to the STP conveyance.
I can provide that. Just a point of a note, these are local government templates. So we follow the local government templates for these. And in some cases we can either change the narration or we can't. So, for example, say the budget figure that we were talking about earlier, we're not able to change that. So just understand that this is all councils are using this local, and there's a lot of pro formas that we get distributed with.
I understand that. I'm just asking a question regarding what our other significant loans are.
I couldn't find my schedule.
We have
actually
that brought back for the next
Yeah,
meeting.
I can. Yeah, that's easy. Yep.
May not be here for us, Councillor. If
Well, you might not like when you see it. I don't know.
have to sit and watch the rest of the meeting via Zoom.
Where's my schedule?
Right. If there are no more question queries, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous.
As Councillor Stadmiller departed,
Through me, I've just been advised Councillor Stadmiller has left the meeting.
he has to do his candidate profile for Yes Valley Council.
You know.
Can I just get clarification on do you have to give reasons as to why you attend via Zoom?
Yes, that's been our practice that we attend via Zoom.
What are the available reasons?
The four reasons are carers duties, illness, attendance at another council activity.
Council related.
Council related activity, so that's a wide range. And the fourth thing is natural disaster.
And which category did Councillor Stadmiller?
Carers leave.
Carers leave, and he was sitting in a car. We saw him sitting in a car.
That's a question
without
for
any
Councillor.
people in the car.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know where those people
Best
are.
move on.
We don't know. Yes. All right, everybody. It is now almost 7:30. Way past that 7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's past, Madam Mayor. It's redundant that though.
Well,
It was pointed out, perhaps natural disaster is the most appropriate category.
well, it could be a natural disaster if it is. I think we're going to close the meeting for 10 minutes, take a break, so there isn't a natural disaster, and then we will come back. All right. We're resuming at 7:39 p.m. Okay, and we're up to 12.8 on page 183, 24-235 development application stats for July 2024.
I move.
Thank you, Fitzgerald and Foreman. Okay. Any comments? If not, put your hand up to vote. Okay. I just said any questions or that. So if not, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Okay. Thank you. Unanimous. We'll go to 12.9 and DA 2024-0050. That's Dwelling House Cemetery Road, Harden. The recommendation is before you. Do I have a mover? Page 193. I have a mover. Thank you, Councillor Foreman. A seconder? Councillor Dodd. Sorry, I'll get you next time. Councillor Dodd. I looked over that way. All right. Any queries or questions? If not, yes, Councillor Ingram.
No. Go to Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of questions. The the BES, did that go through a certifier or did it come before council? I don't remember. Did I miss that meeting? The BES on the site, did it go via a certifier or was it through council? I just don't remember that.
I think it came from council, but I'll take it on notice and get back to you.
Yeah, I don't miss many meetings, but perhaps that was one, and I don't remember reading about it. I must have just totally missed that. Does the BES have to consider any Aboriginal studies or whatnot, or?
Sorry, Councillor.
Are there any in the DA approval for the battery energy storage? Do you know if it had to do an archaeological walkover?
I'll take that on notice.
Yep, I'd appreciate both those. My other question, I've forgotten my other question now. We've recommended for approval, variation of 69%. Is there a reason why it's different to recommendation against that we dealt with previously?
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor, there's quite a stark difference between those two applications. In this one, we have a local strategic planning statement that identifies this area as being an area for the type of development that's applied for here, and there is also that pattern in the area. So for those reasons, officers have recommended that this application be approved.
Okay, thank you. So we don't have a problem with the 69% variation that was quoted last time as being approved.
So through you, Madam Mayor, percentage isn't the issue. It's about the prevailing planning controls from the LEP and the DCP.
For clarification, it was actually quoted as being an issue previously by you, I believe.
Madam Mayor, am I supposed to respond to that?
Yeah. I don't think so. We're dealing with this one now. That's what we're dealing with. Not last one. We're dealing with this one. All right.
Question through, or actually, it's not a question, it's a comment through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
I did contact the General Manager in regard to it. The site is located approximately 3.15 kilometres west of the Harden Council Administration Office. I rang the General Manager, I don't believe we do have a Harden Council, and he explained, well, read, we've got a council, Harden's got a council administration office there. And I said, well, yeah, it has, but it doesn't read like that. If staff are going to write things up like that, I think, you could probably put Hilltops Council Harden Office Administration Building. Otherwise, we're going backwards in the old days. I think it's only a little thing, but it's funny how some things are picked up like that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thanks for picking that up, Councillor Ingram. It's one thing that we really pride ourselves on is trying to get it right and highlighting it, particularly for the work we had on for this month.
Sorry, it failed. Sorry. Don't pride yourself too much on that one. And that's what happens when you become tricky. So thank you.
Okay, righto. If there are no more questions, comments, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Oh, no? Those in favour? Put it to the vote. Okay, righto. All right, we go to 1210. DA 2024-0070, dwelling house and earthworks. Earthworks 98 BINALONG Street, Young. Okay, thank you, Councillor Foreman and Councillor Fitzgerald. There are no queries, questions? At least we can. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Councillor Ingram, before we do it, have you got a question?
I was just going to, through you, Madam Mayor, the cut and fill, limited to a maximum of 1 metre cut and 1 metre fill. The application is for double that. But staff are happy with that, obviously, and councillors are obviously happy to follow staff's recommendation. So thank you.
Okay. There are no more comments to that. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Right, 1211. And that's DA 2020. It's on page 352 for anybody who wants to know. 3 lots into 15 lots, including new road and infrastructure works at 44 to 48 Smith Street, Harden. The recommendation is there.
Happy to move.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ingram. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Foreman. Any comments, queries? If not, I'll put it to the... Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Is this an unusual subdivision? It just seems to me that some of the lots are significantly smaller than other lots, and there's a 15-metre road through the middle of it. Does it fit normally within our plans? No.
Through you, Madam Mayor, one of the interesting aspects that there is no DCP operative in Harden, in the former Harden area. So that means that we don't have the same amenity controls as there are in Boorowa and Young.
Thank you. All right. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move to 1213. And that is the Bango Wind Farm Community Enhancement Fund. And I think we have a revised...
Through you, Madam Mayor, you had a revised report. Yep. And we do have the Director of Corporate and Community online. This is the Director's report. So any questions?
Happy to move the report.
Happy to second.
Question.
All right. There's a question. We have a mover and a seconder and a question from Councillor Flannery.
I was advised by a member of the public, so I'm obviously incorrect, or the member of the public's incorrect, but that the rail trail made an application to this funding round, but perhaps it's to the next round of funding. Could the director or whoever's on the, I think Councillor Piper might be on the committee, but it's not listed as being unsuccessful. It's not listed as all, but a member of the public said they made an application, but perhaps it's to the next round.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Flannery, that is correct. And we accidentally missed it out of the first report. That's why you have an amended report. Hopefully you've got a copy of it there, and the Boorowa Gaylong Rail Trail is listed, third from the bottom, and they were unsuccessful as determined by the committee. And my apologies for the late report, the amended late report, or amended report that was distributed late, I should say.
Given the report came before council on the rail trail, was there a reason? Well, firstly, what was the amount that was applied for, and secondly, were reasons given for all of the the unsuccessful applicants, but in particular the rail trail, why it was unsuccessful?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the amount applied for was, I believe, just over $10,000. I don't think it was an even 10,000. I think it was just over. I don't have that in front of me. And the committee had their reasons for not approving that. Councillor Piper may want to speak further on that, but from my recollection, it came down to the approvals for the land and some concern about landholders along the corridor not being in support of the trail, and that they believed some more governance had to be done before that they would support that project.
Could I have a question of the director, please?
Okay, wait.
I'm sorry.
The director said Councillor Piper might like to. Do you have a comment, Councillor Piper?
Well, basically, council never got the committee never got the application form. So I was surprised at the time that there wasn't an application in there from the trail people, and they then lodged asked for an investigation to where their application went, and we found it after everything had been done, or 2 or 3 weeks after everything had been done.
Where was it?
I have no idea.
So is there a process?
Maybe you'd like to ask the...
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, there was a clerical error and the application was lost. However, each committee member was contacted and it was discussed, and they made their decision via phone, and it was unanimous. They each had the same decision on that project.
So just a bit of point of clarification there. Councillor Piper, did you say you didn't see this at all? And then the director just said that you voted on it. Is that correct? Which one's correct?
We voted on it yesterday or the day before. At the original meeting.
Understand that.
The original meeting, there was no application there.
But you had seen it and you had voted on it.
It wasn't there to see it or to vote on it. But
I understand that. You have voted on it.
Since it's been found, we have had a telephone conversation, and the two other committee members and myself decided to stay where we were in our decisions.
Thank you very much. You voted on it.
So was further question, was the application reviewed, or you just did you get to see the application, or you just?
I still haven't seen an application for it. No, I don't think the other two public members have seen it. Council officer chased up why it wasn't there, and then, but that took after this had all been completed, probably another 2.5 weeks, and then we had a phone conversation yesterday about it, and we decided to leave as it was. Otherwise, the whole thing would have to be scrapped all over and go again.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure about the 2.5 weeks. We were only alerted to the fact that there was a missing application on Monday afternoon. So I've spoke to each committee member and the representative from Bango Wind Farm and ran through the whole application, and that's how the decision was made.
So they might not have had that report in front, but verbally they had been run through.
Correct, and we confirmed that they were all happy to proceed that way.
Okay, thank you.
So what are the processes for application?
Anyone who is a non-profit organisation can make application stating how much they want, what they want it for. There are certain regulatory things that they must do. They must be able to provide, if it's needed, a quote for what they want to do. And then after the time period is finished, they have to then get in touch or send paperwork to council that has been completed, the money has been spent on what they wanted to spend on.
No, I didn't ask about approval. I asked about the application. So what are applications come? There's a deadline given. Are they receipted? Are they stamped? Who receives them?
There is application date. Applications are open on a certain day, and then they close on a certain date, which is about a month later. And then usually within a week of that, the committee sit with the chairman of the wind farm, and we go through the applications and say yes, no, 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 yes, yes, yes.
Can I just quickly ask through Madam Mayor? Part of that process, once the application is received, does the applicant get a confirmation email to say, thank you very much, we have received your application? As
I don't think so. Well,
through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. So there's two options for submitting an application. One is via our submissions email address, which the majority of the applications came via, and they do receive an email to say that we have received their submission. And the other option is to drop them at a Hilltops Council office, and in that case, they're handed to a person and then scanned into our system.
But if it's done over the counter, does the applicant still get notification that it's been received?
I'm not sure if the applicant received notification that it was received, but I can confirm that it was received before the due date. It was a clerical error on our end, an administrative error, that we did not put that into the application pile.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, Mr. General Manager, should we be approving this tonight, or should be deferred for it's been acknowledged by the staff member that they received this application on time. We've had a member of the committee say that he hasn't seen the application, it's been spoken about. And I thought procedural fairness, let alone all our rules that govern us, would indicate that procedural fairness hasn't been awarded to Rail Trail.
It's not unsuccessful.
That's right.
Through you, Madam Mayor, my understanding is, notwithstanding the reports were, I'll say, mislaid, the information provided in that report was discussed with the committee members, and based upon that information, the director prepared the report with their recommendation that they were unsuccessful.
Well, they weren't unsuccessful. They weren't considered.
Well,
I actually asked you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, they were.
I asked you about procedural fairness.
Hold on, just a moment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, they were considered and they were given the exact consideration as every other project. The only difference being it was verbal.
Yep. So sorry.
For clarification, one of the members didn't see it, and he's advised us that he would have had to go and undo everything. So for that reason, he actually didn't consider it. Now it's on tape. That was what he said on the public record.
Well, the question before you then, councillors, now, that was not my understanding. My understanding was the committee members verbally agreed with the, they made the decision, which is what in the report, that is not the statement of the committee member here tonight. Sorry, Madam Mayor. The Director, is there anyone affected that if this report is to be deferred? I thought there was one that the decision needed to be made in relation to that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. If it was deferred, I believe the Boorowa quick shear would be affected as well. I guess we would have to determine when the next meeting could be held, because a new council rep would have to be elected and a new committee would have to be elected. So I'm assuming that wouldn't be until at least October. So the events that it may affect would be the Boorowa quick shear in October, who are recommended to get $2,000. And I believe there was another. I believe there was another one when I looked through them yesterday that was also commencing in September or October.
So just to remind councillors, through you, Madam Mayor, this is a recommendation by the committee. Ultimately, is you, the council, that determine the allocation of these amounts. Having said that, without having seen the documents yourselves, how you would make that decision, but it's with your.
I'd like to move that that the matter be deferred, and if it needs to be brought back to an EGM for consideration, that we be advised. I'm just not happy with processes and procedures. Defer it subject to an EGM if there's any pressing requirements, unless anyone can pull one or two items out now, and we can approve them and defer the rest.
Is that possible, to take some money out of the more funded ones, and you can't?
Well, it is up to you.
Of course, we do have councillors that know more than professionals.
I suggest I refer to the decision that we made in relation to the allocation, where there was an event that was there was one of the community fund that was approved on the night, and the rest of the document was deferred.
I'll move that we approve the quick share, and we defer the rest subject to the committee reconvening and fully considering all applications.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the Director, the quick share is the only one that you're aware of that would be time critical?
I
The Woolfest.
Would it also be
Well, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, Woolfest is for next year, and as is the BOOROWA Touch Football Netball Carnival.
Second the motion.
I'm sorry, just Councillor Ingram, you moved the original motion and Councillor Foreman seconded it. So are you happy?
Happy to adopt, Councillor.
If you adopt the
Plenary
motion as put.
Motion from the floor.
Councillor Foreman, you happy to adopt that as well? Yes. And then we don't need to do that. Otherwise it would be an amendment. So I'll just have the minute secretary make the notations.
To the director, when is the next meeting?
Sorry, Madam Mayor,
When will the next meeting of the
there has to be a new committee formed when the new council is elected, so there is no scheduled next meeting, and it would be another almost 12 months until the next funding round. So yeah, there's no scheduled meeting, and we would need, as I said, new committee members.
Right.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a committee can actually convene at any time.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I'll just pass to the director again. If all current members are available of the committee, they could convene. Could we convene a meeting? Is that possible?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the other committee members were definitely of the opinion that they had fully considered the application. One member is overseas, so they definitely wouldn't be able to attend. I guess the other ones, Councillor Piper and the other community member, we could convene a meeting to reconsider the application.
No, so where do we go from here? We have the motion. Receive and note the report. Endorse the recommendation of the Bango Wind Farm for distribution of funds for the Quick Share event. Defer the remainder of the reports of funds until a new committee is formed, and then send a letter of thanks to the outgoing Bango Enhancement Fund committee member, including councillor members, including Councillor John Piper, Mr. Angus Mitchell, and Mrs. Barbara Mannion. Okay.
So through you, Madam Mayor, we will reach out to the committee members and see if they can reconvene and bring it back as part of an extraordinary meeting. If they are not open to that, well, then it will have to defer. I can't speak on behalf of the committee members, but if they are of the mind to do that, we can bring the matter back before this council ceases. But otherwise, the motion will still be in effect. It'll just be deferred. I just can't commit. So I'll do our very best to see if we can bring it to this council, because of the knowledge of all of the committee members that have already reviewed the documentation. Councillor Piper.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just reiterate that there is a committee member that will not be able to attend if they are overseas for at least another month.
And it depends on when the meeting is scheduled. I might be a councillor.
I move the motion be put, or if someone wants to amend it, they will.
Okay, all right. I'll put the motion to the floor. Those in favour?
From Mackie, Flannery, Rolls, those against.
And Fitzgerald. Okay. Right,
Motion carried.
Motion's carried. Thank you, everybody. We'll turn to 12.14, and that is adoption of the plan of management for multiple reserves, generic park. I beg your pardon?
Sorry, I didn't. Happy to move.
Okay, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Any queries, questions? If not, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? That's everybody. Thank you. Unanimous. We move on to 12.15 and the update on the HARDEN to BOOROWA pipeline project. And the recommendations just to receive and note the report. Mover? Okay, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. And a seconder? Okay, Councillor Mackie.
Question through you, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
So the report tells us that it's 48-kilometre linear corridor. It notes that as such, native vegetation within the immediate locality is comprised of isolated remnant patches located predominantly within the road reserves, scattered paddock trees. What will be the is there a BDAR assessment being done on it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, as it doesn't meet the threshold for a BDAR.
What is the threshold, or why does it not meet the threshold for a BDAR?
The threshold is a significant impact on threatened species or endangered ecological communities, according to the test of significance under the Biodiversity Conservation Act.
And so who reads that test of significance, given some of the other reports that have come before? Who determines whether it's significant or not?
Council determines it. However, in this case, the assessment has been performed by a consultant who's a certified environmental practitioner.
Acting for council?
Yes, engaged by council.
So there's likely to be no liability for tree removal or tree damage if they're not doing a BDAR assessment?
That's correct. There's no financial value put on that, I guess, if I can put it that way.
But despite the fact that there could be damage to superb parrot habitat, boxgum grassy woodland, of which there are significant and most predominantly protected along our road corridors, we don't have to do a BDAR assessment, and the pipeline is not liable for any biodiversity liability.
That's correct. The assessment as it stands, and I note the review of environmental factors will be published because the project is of a value where it needs to be published, and also it's in the public interest. That is the assessment in the review of environmental factors, is that the impacts can be avoided or mitigated such that they don't trigger a BDAR or a financial compensation under the Biodiversity Conservation Act.
So there actually is, in the dot points that are here, the 5 dot points, there is actually no obligation. Why it says they might be minimised or mitigate, or it says minimised where possible or avoided. There actually be no obligation to do so. Who will determine that? The contractors or council? If you were to do under tree boring or some of the mechanical mitigation measures are alluded to, what will be the decision-making process behind that?
So there is an obligation to avoid or minimise or avoid or mitigate impacts, and they are the sorts of measures that council will implement through the process, either by council ourselves or the contractors. That'll be a requirement for them.
But when you say there's an obligation, there's no financial obligation, and it'll be a lot cheaper just to bulldoze the trees out or cut straight through them than it will be to under tree bore them. So when we get a quote for under tree boring and or then I'm sure, extraneous report we'll receive about the potential impact from roots upon the pipeline, and then the cost of removing the trees, and the potential impact of root penetration's gone. Pretty sure I know what will happen.
I'll take that as a question. To not undertake the development in accordance with the commitments in the review of environmental factors would be inconsistent with the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act.
So it might not be approved. It would be a condition of consent. Is that what you're saying, or not? Or you're just saying it might be?
Effectively, although progressing as it is under Part 5.1 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, it's not a development consent as such. The review of environmental factors is the environmental approval under the EPN Act, and to not implement mitigation measures that we have committed to in that REF would be a breach of the Act.
I might, given we can actually, we can't minimise state environmental planning policies, but we can certainly improve upon them or strengthen them. So I'll move that we receive and note the report, and that we have a BDAR assessment conducted.
That happen? B, could you just explain for everybody what that report is?
So I forget exactly what the acronym stands for, but it is, the Director of Planning may be able to assist me, but it is one of the options under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act once you reach the threshold of significant impact to threatened species or ecological communities.
But it can be done at any stage, I take it. Like if you're not near the threshold, as Councillor Flannery is recommending.
Yes, I believe you can undertake it as an option.
My question through you, Madam Mayor, in regards to those type of things, just given what we had with a development proposed for a farm with sacred sites, and any number of them. What's the chances of this 48-kilometre long line not coming across sacred site somewhere? When does that come into play with that study with the state bodies? Does that come into play now, or due to the design, then they go and walk over and find sacred sites and it has to be redone, or how do we work that?
So again, it's not so much a testing for significance like the biodiversity, but it's more an assessment of likelihood. So we follow the code of practice for due diligence assessment under the National Parks and Wildlife Act, and through that process, the RAF has determined that we are unlikely to affect Aboriginal cultural heritage items. However, it also includes mitigation measures to address the possibility of coming across those items.
The reason I mentioned that was, I'm pretty sure most people would be aware that the relevant minister just said no to a gold mine at Blaney after everything else had passed through because of one complaint. And that's now been put on hold. So to get these things so far down the line and spend that amount of money, to have someone come and say, no, you can't do it, I'd hate to see it happen with this pipeline, especially after all the years and the work that's gone into it.
Okay.
Question of the
yes,
Director.
Councillor.
A BDOR assessment, you know what the cost would be?
Sorry, not off the top of my head. It does vary depending on the scale of the project. From previous similar projects, it could be anywhere from, say, $20,000 to $50,000 for that scale of project.
Money well spent, I would have thought, given how council voted earlier tonight.
All right.
Anyway, Madam Mayor, I haven't got a seconder for my amendment yet.
Happy to second it.
Hold on.
So just coffees for everyone.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is on the report. I understood Councillor Fitzgerald and Mackie
Agreed.
moved this report, and you've agreed with the amendment.
No. To the amendment, we don't.
No, so you'll have to move that as an amendment now.
Started to report and see where we end up.
Well, so now, that's okay, but Councillor Flannery has moved what is now an amendment, and it's been seconded by Councillor Ingram. Is that correct? Councillor Ingram. So we'll vote on the amendment now to add that additional request. And that was from Councillor Flannery and Ingram. So this is an amendment. So councillors, you'll be now voting on whether to accept the amendment, and then it will become the motion, and then you will vote on the motion. So amendment first.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just speak to the amendment. As we all know, we have a council that reads a statement of ethical obligations at the beginning of each meeting, and biodiversity, I heard tonight, is dear to everyone's hearts. In fact, and so is ecology. In fact, it's held as the most important overriding concern of the majority of councillors in this room when I watch the vote. And I agree that biodiversity is critically important and it's endangered, and it exists most predominantly in the southwest slopes region along our roadsides because much of our land has been cleared, and much of it in the Harden and to a lesser extent BOOROWA wasn't cleared for farming. It was actually cleared for coal when the trains came through and the sleepers. But by the time the 60s rolled through, and more particularly the 70s, more clearing took place, and then we had dieback and whatnot. So I think we're down to less than 1% of this area of remnant vegetation. And I would have thought the majority of that actually is along the road corridors. So best practice would be that we can conduct the VDAR study so that we know exactly what we're dealing with, not guessing. And if there's liabilities, I'm sure the government, who will be dependent on for this project to proceed, will be dependent on a grant. And I'm sure the community would be more than happy for the additional cost to be offset elsewhere if it is so required. And that's, as we know, the government's introducing climate change legislation, which means that any impact you have on the environment, you need to offset one way or another. And this is clearly going to have an impact on the environment. And we need to know the impact and look forward to, as an application of the grant that will be dependent on, offset that cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I'll speak against it since I didn't accept it as part of the motion. I believe that we've had a qualified person go through and say there is no significant danger. I accept that, and I just think that we're really not flash enough to be able to just spend 50 grand without some issues out there that we need to look at. So I'd say vote against the amendment, please.
All right. Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Ingram.
Let's speak for it. I'll just have to catch my breath again. I don't believe what I just heard. I really don't. We've had an expert person look at this, and I'll speak against it. We had 3 state departments experts and local staff experts, and I didn't count a minute ago, but anyway, an hour or so ago. Anyway, back to the point. I'd hate to see the work that's been involved with this, which when Hilltops Council was formed, the former Mayor of BOOROWA and the administrator said to me, it's nearly there. It's over the line. So I think I've said it before, you beauty, I'll get a pat in the back out of this. All I've got's been kicked to death over it. So I'd really hate to see we got this far, getting this close, and not dot the I's and cross the T's. In regard to the cost of this, I'm not sure of how much is remaining out of another significant grant we received to complete this work. I wouldn't think it's all been utilised. I'm surprised it is, but it may be. But so I'd say there's room there for the cost to be covered by that. But I think it would be a small cost to pay for a whole lot of comfort in a project that when we walk to the state, or whoever's at the time walks to the state or federal government asking for about $70 million, you want to make sure all them I's are dotted and all them T's are crossed. So I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Any more comments? I'd just like to make a comment that if on page 594, there are the mitigation measures, which I think I'm certainly not against the amendment or the biodiversity assessment report, but I would like to point out that there are the mitigation measures that are included in the recommendations of the environmental assessment. Limb lopping instead of removing, and impacts to flora habitat proposed, and ecology must be present. I noticed that must, not sure.
I presume we all read that report, I presume.
Yes, but I think I'd just like to point that out before we make our final decision. If there's no more comments for that.
I'll have my right of reply.
Yes,
Madam Mayor.
thank you.
I'm glad you used the word mitigation. It's a very important word, mitigation. I think I heard it earlier tonight when I was listening in via Zoom. I think I heard it repeatedly. So I'm glad you mentioned mitigation. But the best way to mitigate is to get a report done, and then you know your obligations. So if anyone here thinks that guessing is a good outcome, vote against it. But if you want the best environmental outcome, if you want to sit top shelf, well, then we should make sure the environment, including the very endangered superb parrot, and I would note that much of the tree removal beyond the former BOOROWA Shire end is protected. I know that for a fact because during harvest time they come down from those trees, and they're a real risk when trucks go through with wheat and farmers don't have, or contractors don't have their trucks covered properly, and the wheat ends up on the ground. And there's a significant superb parrot colony through there. But I don't think it's good enough for us to just assume that it won't be damaged. But then I guess there's those people who might view that the removal of trees means the superb parrots won't be there, so they won't get killed.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. I'd just like to note that actually the superb parrot is actually off the endangered list at the moment, which is a really good sign, and one that we want to keep it going. But it is actually off the endangered.
Well, that's good. We don't need to worry about it anymore then.
Which isn't quite what I said. In fact, it wasn't. I was just making the point that it is not endangered anymore. Thank you, Councillor Flann. Righto, let's move this motion and move forward instead of getting fired up against. We're voting now on the amendment that Council A receive note report and B undertake a biodiversity assessment report. Those in favour? Thank you.
No, the amendment has been adopted, and now it becomes the motion.
All right. Okay. So. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. All right. If we look, the motion now reads. Are we ready? Okay. That Council A receive and note the report and B undertake a biodiversity assessment report. All right. Do we need a?
No, it's actually.
It's been moved. So, yep. So we'll put it to the floor unless anybody wants to make comments. Those in favour? Okay.
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Let's turn to 12, 22.
Happy to. I'm happy to second with an amendment.
Councillor Mackey, you're ready, and Councillor Ingram.
I'll second it, but I'd like to move an amendment. Okay? Yep. Okay. My amendment is pretty simple. There's 3 dot points up the top. And this report has been brought back to, which I'll talk on a bit later about rectifying some stuff. But the additional dot point that I would add under annual waste charges in commercial and domestic, the septic waste disposal charge, is that the young water access and usage charges are to be returned and remain at the 2023-2024 rate. That's the amendment that I would like to put with Councillor Mackey's waste and fees charges.
Councillor Mackey, you moved it. Are you happy to have that amendment?
No, we'll foreshadow a heap of stuff. Yeah, okay. Happy to talk to the reason that I put the amendment there. I touched on it earlier on when we went through the financials to be sent off to the auditors, and I touched on it the night of the meeting of the budget. It's the same night I touched on, we're talking about waste and fees charges as well. And I think my words are, the public won't take this. 30% was ridiculous. We were just begging for trouble. The other part of the charges in regard to the change methodology, which came to light, which proved that the comment I made in regard to charges being over 200% were correct. And I'd like to acknowledge and thank staff for the work that's gone back into bringing this report to us and rectifying an issue that obviously Councillor Flannery and myself saw coming when we didn't vote for it. So that being said, and the other issue with the tree permit applications being sorted, it just goes to show that we're back here tonight to rectify something that was an error of judgment by councillors voting a 30% increase onto the waste at the time, because if it wasn't an error, the community would not have got so many reports back to council for it to be in front of us now. So I thought the opportunity is there for rethinking the pressure and the impost we're putting on our ratepayers with ever-increasing cost of living going on by adding to, as I said before, the cost to the young water access and usage charges, a fund that has got $8 million round figures I'm talking here. You can pull me either side, but in reserves and a surplus of over $700,000, and at the same time servicing a $3 million loan. I said at the time there is no justification at all. It was used that Golden Fields went up X amount. So to pass that on to our ratepayers, the figures bit me now, an 8 cent increase turned out to about 18% for ratepayers. It just, I said at the time it was a cash grab. And I have severe reservations about where that cash might end up. So I would ask fellow councillors maybe to take it on board a bit now when you see the kickback from the substantial cost in the waste and the on-flowing problems that caused for business and where that flows on to the point where I've been approached by people who do demolitions and stuff, and different people, and are thinking about doing stuff, to the point where they're considering buying a tip truck and taking it to another council area because of the cost that were associated with what was put out in the budget. Now, I read in the report, and I'm not going to go to it now, I read the report where it said the opposite, that actually people were bringing their rubbish here. I find that very hard to believe, given the costs that surrounding councils charge, that anyone would want to come and drop stuff off and pay for it at the cost in Hilltops, LGA area. So with the waste and fees and charges, I completely agree with the recommendation and the report, and I said I congratulate staff for that. But I'd also like councillors to consider voting in my amendment to rectify an unnecessary charge on our ratepayers who use the young water access and usage charges, and return them to the rates of 23-24. So thank you.
So through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Mackie, do you accept that as part of the mover, or does Councillor Ingram need to move that as an amendment and be seconded by someone else? So that's a question before you.
If I accept the amendment, can I speak to the fees and charges in a separate way, or it's all done and dusted then?
Oh, sorry, the fees and
it's all lumped in together now.
Well, you have the waste fees and charges there, which is the recommendation.
Yeah.
Councillor Ingram's put forward an additional reversion, for want of a better word, in relation to the young water access charge, water and access charge usage, the 23-24 rate, so no increase. Obviously, other people have resolved otherwise, but that's the question before you. Do you want that to be debated as is, or do you want that to be debated separately for an amendment? You can either adopt it now and that becomes the motion, and people do it, or you don't accept it, and so then Councillor Ingram, I saw a hand come up from Councillor Flannery. Councillor Flannery would accept that as a would support a vote on an amendment. It's up to you, Councillor Mackie.
I mean, I don't have an issue with that, but I think it's probably worth debating it separately. So can I just?
Well, you can just say you don't accept. So, Councillor Ingram, you've moved an amendment and you've seconded that, Councillor Flannery. Correct. Okay. Well, now we will debate the amendment, and should the amendment be adopted, it becomes the motion. If the amendment is lost, it goes back to the original motion.
Just a question: could I hear the amendment of? I've got confused
Yeah,
again.
no, that's fine. The amendment will be coming up, and it'll be coming up on screen.
Through Madam Mayor, through you. Just a clarification, Councillor Ingram. You want the water fees back to 23-24 prices.
Access.
The young water access and user charges be returned to the rate for 2023-2024. Exactly right. Thank you.
So our minute secretary will share the screen very shortly. Right. There it is. So, councillors, what you see before me is the original motion. The amendment is C, water access, young water and access usage charges to remain at the 23-24 rate.
Should be access and usage charges. The and needs to move across.
Yep. Is it even? Yep.
Huh?
Yep. That would then, given it's a setting of a rate, that would go out on public exhibition as well. Yeah. So I think we need that on there as well.
And go out on public exhibition.
And go out on public exhibition.
So it says written that it'll go out.
Place the proposed amended version in attachment 1.
On public exhibition.
Well, I think we just say, young access choices rate be included in attachment 1. Just so it's there, rather than try to rework it all. Yep. Councillor Ingram, yes.
I have a question. How much did it go up? Was it 5.1? Like, what are we? 5.1? Okay.
5.1%.
Well,
Thank you.
Councillor Ingram, you want to?
I'm not going to speak too much more about this. I've made my case, made it before. The only thing I'd point out is that when I made my case about the waste, and it wasn't really taken on board, but I can assure you the community sentiment has spoke very loudly, and to the point where we've got this report in front of us now. So I thought this is an ideal opportunity to rectify another, what I believe to be an unnecessary impost on our ratepayers at a time when we don't want it to happen. And I found that I did have it marked where the report said about neighbouring waste coming to our Hilltops council area from outside the Hilltops where fees are higher. I'm going to take some convincing about that, but anyway, that's just a sidetrack on the waste. I just don't find that hard to follow. But yeah, councillors, that's what it's about. There's no body of work to say that we have to keep increasing the cost of that water access and usage charge. It could be remained exactly the same as the sewer charge was, albeit not on some rate notices, but common sense played a part with the sewage charge in Young, and it remained there because it has a surplus also, and it's also paying off a $3 million loan, servicing it, without increasing the charges. And we left that alone. But we insisted on doing the water up. I just can't find the logic in it. I've had it spoken from senior staff that look in your 10-year plan and this is going to be needed, this is going to be needed. Well, how about we concentrate on a 12-month plan and see where we land, or the new council, land with it next year. But with a fund, with the reserves that's in the Young Water Fund, the surplus and servicing the $3 million loan to this councillor, there is no justification for that at this particular time. So thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I supported this previously and I support it again. We agreed that we needed a financial improvement strategy, and we agreed that we needed to bring some of the charges more in line with where we're falling behind. But clearly, in this example, and there's a couple of others, we are not falling behind, and it's just raising money for the sake of raising money, and it's just simply a common sense. It's common sense to me, anyway, that with such significant funds in surplus, that we don't go and take money out of people's pockets when we don't need to.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just need to add the reason why the recommendation of staff originally was to fund the capital required.
Is that question for you, Madam Mayor, in relation to the Young Water Fund, or more generally?
In relation to all of the reasons why across all of the water and sewer funds, it's the reasons why we.
So it was generic. It wasn't in relation to Young.
Well, no. If you have a look at the capital report, shows the capital requirements across all the separate funds.
All right. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I just have one issue that I disagree with in the amendment, and that's the use of the word young. Why it should be Hilltops if we're going to change any.
Councillor, I'll enlighten you. I'll answer that question for you. Madam Mayor, if you don't, I'll answer that for you. 3 years you've been on council. The water and sewage funds are separate. The Young Water Fund relates to the people who use the water in the former Young LGA. The Harden water refers to the people who use the water in the former Harden LGA, and BOOROWA is the same. But why would I put Hilltops there when it's the Young water usage and access charges that I'm referring to? Because you know why I didn't refer to BOOROWA or Harden's user?
and access charges, they'd have to increase significantly more because they will be needed. Harden will be in dire need of a new sewer plant. If you're going to do actual work on numbers, that would have went up a fortune, as would Boorowa's water.
Okay, let's
I'm referring to Young. I hope that answered your question.
We're referring to Young and the Young water.
Actually, it wasn't a question. I was making a statement.
Okay.
All
right.
Can I continue with my statement? I haven't finished yet. I was interrupted.
All right. Thank
you. Yeah, look, sorry. And I understand what you're saying, and I understand that there's 3 different water things. I totally understand that. But I'm just concerned that the vision of Young getting a something special over other areas of Hilltops. Hilltops is one community, and I think we've got to move towards a situation where we treat Hilltops as the one. I understand where you're coming from, Brian. I didn't need the lecture, but that's all right. I have disagreement with that wording, so I will vote against the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else like to make a comment? All right. If not, yes.
Right,
Yes.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. If, as you would like me to put Hilltops water, it's impossible. It can't be done. They can't read Hilltops water because there's no Hilltops water and sewer fund. I'm sorry. And as for one community getting a favour over another community, it's the last meeting. I'll say it one more time. I might just remind you where 58% of the rate revenue comes from. The idea of any council sitting in this room saying that someone, especially the Young Water or Sewer Fund, is getting favours over some other community is that far from being reality. It's ridiculous. I respect your right to say it. I just need to correct you. You're that far off base with that comment that it's not funny. You just don't get the concept. But thank you very much for your comments, and thank you, councillors.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. If there are no more questions, comments, I'll put it to the floor, and just remember we're voting on the amendment.
Voting on the amendment to become the motion.
To become the motion. Thank you. To receive and note the report, place the proposed amended fees and charges in attachment 1 on public exhibition for a minimum of 28 days, and see Young Water access and usage charges to remain at the 2023-2024 rate and be included in attachment 1. All right, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour?
Councillor Piper.
Those against?
Councillor Norman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Dodd. The motion's lost.
Motion's lost.
Or the amendment is lost.
Back to the original motion. And the original motion is there that Council receive and note the report and place the proposed amended fees and charges in attachment 1 on public exhibition for a minimum of 28 days. We need another mover. We don't.
Moved by Councillor Mackie, moved by Councillor.
Righto.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I speak to it?
Councillor Mackie.
It's been a big journey. You know, initially when we started, and I mentioned this the other day, that the notion of harmonisation, it got muddled in my head, and I'm thinking things were going to get a bit better and more equitable. And ultimately, we've sort of come back to that. We've gone through a big, messy process, and we've come back to that. So I thank the staff for sorting it out a little bit clearer. But I also want to thank a lot of the people who actually contacted me and sort of really pushed for us to have a good look at some of the changes. One in particular for me were people who talked about the rural access for Boorowa for the tip, and the addition of then was the $12. And we've since found out, and you could qualify this, that the disposal or the access to the tip and the fees were actually one. The legacy of that big figure really was that it always represented the access to the tip as well as the tipping fee. Could you clarify that? So I actually heard that today.
Not exactly.
Right.
So since
Because they made reference to exemption of.
yes, so there was an exemption in the fees and charges for Boorowa residents.
Yeah.
That was one of the changes that was made in the 24-25 budget process. And that has existed since the councils were amalgamated alongside the differences in fees. So since amalgamation, the annual access charge for Boorowa has always been about 5 times the charge for Harden and about 4 times the charge for Young. However, there's been that formal exemption in disposal fees for Boorowa residents. And in practice, Harden rural residents have paid for their disposal.
Yes.
Young and Boorowa rural residents haven't, but there's no exemption for the young rural residents in the fees and charges.
Because they paid such a low access fee.
I don't know why.
Okay. So now we still have that huge gap between what Boorowa rural are paying and what Young is, for example. Would that be right?
It's the same percentage difference essentially as it's always been.
The intent of this report is to, notwithstanding the best intentions, to reset the clock to last year's practices and rates that will be applied, and we go through a different process to try to balance out cost recovery.
So ultimately that's
because as been articulated, the various across the different fee structures from the former councils, some were more geared to cost recovery and some weren't, and across a whole variety of parts. And waste is one of those areas that we finally got to.
Yeah.
And we need to rethink, and we'll do that.
Just one more thing. There was something here that, because I just don't know when they talk about replacement of keys and who's got a key, who should have a key, who's got a key.
So a physical key system is problematic in that way.
Yeah.
For some of the key systems, we have a register that tells us who keys have been issued to. For others, we don't have those records.
And who's allowed to be on the register if they are on the register?
Yeah, so it's typically people for whom that is their closest facility.
Okay.
And through you, Madam Mayor, we did try that at Tubble. We reset the clock, and I've had no further complaints from Tubble, so resetting the clock there worked. So that's the consideration now. We manage those unmanned sites.
And that's right, that now everyone will pay that same fee for access to a key.
Yes, so previously there was a separate system for Young and a separate system for Boorowa. They were both essentially the same type of key, but they were charged different rates for replacing the key.
Yeah. Thank you. So it's messy, isn't it? It's getting less messy.
Hopefully.
We'll give it another shot.
Councillor, thank you.
Councillor Ingram, your light is on.
Yeah, it's the second to the item. Yeah, just again congratulate staff on rectifying something that wasn't really in the best interest of the community. And the other thing I would say about it, and we talk about transparency and accountability, and I'll mention it in another item, but I saw an email, I've been a bit busy, but I saw an email in regard to these waste charges and the difference between Boorowa and Harden and Young and the timelines. And I think it's probably just important to make everyone aware that the charge at Boorowa was never created by Hilltops Council. It's a legacy issue that was set by the former Boorowa councils. I think that needs to be explained in a manner that the Boorowa community can understand. Hilltops Council hasn't done that. we pay 4 and 5 times more than those other councils. Well, you probably need to ring Wendy Tuckerman. It's not Hilltops Council. It was the former BOOROWA council who set those fees. And it's just continued on in the same manner each year with Hilltops Council. And so they set them for a reason. You want to know that reason, as I said, contact someone who was on that council. So I'd just like to make that clear for the public that it's not Hilltops Council being inequitable or unfair to any one particular community. We're just following what was inherited, as is the case with a lot of issues. So thank you, and I support the staff and the recommendation for to adopt the fees you've set there. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just? Councillor Foreman had her line.
Sure. Yep. I would actually like to ask some questions to you, Madam Mayor, and also, so I've just got a few things here. So how do you, well, firstly, I'd like to say, with the increases that we gave, we obviously didn't, the thing that we didn't do correctly was communicate well enough to the community that we had done the increases in charges. This is my belief. So we didn't communicate it well. We didn't give people enough notice that are directly affected to adjust their fees and their quotes to people, even though things go out on public exhibition for 28 days. I guess people don't read them really, to be honest. So we should have flagged the direct stakeholders of the things that we needed to do. And I think that's something that the council needs to do much better, just goes to transparency. And I also think in that transparency, we need to let the community know how we arrive at a particular cost so that we can see the calculations and we can justify how we get to costs. Because we do get one, as we will see coming up, we do get a fee and you think, wow, how did they get to that amount? That seems like a large amount and it's just a bulk figure there, and when no one, including us, is really sure. And new council, I would be saying that would be a priority if whatever happens there, looks at user fees and charges more closely, which we have identified in our financial strategy to do. But then I am of the mind that council needs to be mindful that when we went out for an SRV, that didn't get up, and we did explain to people that we were going to have to look at our user fees and charges. That was one of the things that we identified that we would have to look at, and it had to come into line with what a service actually costs us. So therefore, I will be voting against. I'd like the fees and charges to stay the way that they have been voted, but I have some questions. So if we will look at how do the current or proposed annual waste charges compare to neighbouring LGAs? Where do we sit?
So, yes, as Councillor Ingram pointed out, we did make a statement in there that we believe there is waste coming in from other local government areas. We've pointed to, I believe it ended up in the report, pointed to Yass and Canberra areas as where some waste is coming into some of our facilities. And so in this process, we have compared ourselves to neighbouring local government areas. As Councillor Ingram points out, some of them do charge a lot less, but equally others charge
a lot more,
about the same or a bit more. Yeah. So, for example, the cubic metre rates charged for commercial waste, as that's the main subject of discussion here, range from about $9 for some waste in Temora, I believe, up to $196 in Yass, up to $355 in Upper Lachlan, and up to $560 in Temora. So there's quite a bit of
disparity. Have you got Carrick's number there?
No, I couldn't find a cubic metre rate for Cowra. However, the per tonne rate for Cowra is $174.50, which is a little bit lower than our per tonne rate.
So, you know, some people will say that we increase our fees to make a profit. So does council make a profit, any profit at all on waste?
Short answer is no. In the last financial year, the waste business, so excluding the regional waste business, had a loss of about $4.6 million.
Okay. Can I have a point of clarification there? So we've finished our cost recovery on waste plan?
No.
Thank you. When this raise of 30% was mentioned, my good colleague, the Deputy Mayor, asked, did we have the amount we needed to do it for cost recovery? And the answer was no then, and it's still no. So how can we work on cost recovery if we haven't got the documentation in front of us to tell us how much that is? The loss might have nothing to do with this particular matter. That's my point. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt at all. I just wanted to clarify that we haven't done and we haven't finished our cost recovery plans for waste. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Fine. You're fine.
Okay.
I was just going to ask Alison, you're concerned about how they calculate, how they get to these figures, but yet you just want to whack on the 30% now, even though you wanted to know the calculations.
Well, I look, for me, I just understand that I mean, forget, you know, without the depreciation, I think we're about 1.8 in deficit. With it, we're 6.8, roughly, somewhere. So I'm thinking we, as a council, we have I don't know anybody, and I'm a small business owner, I don't know anybody that actually doesn't charge for what a service is worth. And we have discovered, well, we know that it's not what it's worth, what we're charging now. We know it's a minimum of 30%.
Okay, hold on. Just, Councillor Foreman, you let Councillor Foreman speak, please, without interruption.
We just to address that point, I'll put my hand up. We had budget workshops. Council staff came to council with nothing, had them workshops in regard to waste, and about 5% talked about it, 10%. I put my hand up. I was a councillor. I said we could look at 20%. It would be close. I know it's going to be a bit hardship for some people, but as Councillor Foreman said, we need to move a bit towards it. And I was happy enough for that at that workshop. Lo and behold, we come back to this council meeting and staff had said 30%. And everyone said, yes, let's go 30%. Not everyone. I believe Councillor Flynn and I didn't go yes. Went to 30% from nothing without knowing. And the question was asked at the time, do we know what it's costing us and where it's costing us in cost recovery in regard to all the different aspects of waste? The answer was no. My comment was, how about we wait? We go in small increments till we actually know the end of this report by the next term of council, and then they can set an amount that fits the bill. But no, council want to jump in with 30%. And now the community uproar. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've had...
Madam Mayor, I'll move the seconder. I'll say a few words.
Yes, and Councillor Fitzgerald, and then I think we might finish off the day.
I'm more than happy to wait.
You want to turn your mic off then?
Yes, certainly. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Could you just...
Councillor Flannery, just go ahead.
Could you just, no, Madam Mayor, if you want to be consistent, could you get a retraction on that? Or a comment?
Oh, I withdraw and retract totally.
Well done.
Councillor Fitzgerald, that's enough. Okay.
That's good.
Councillor Flannery, off you go.
Look,
Let's get
Madam Mayor,
We've still got a lot of
the motion was at the original budget meeting that we increase it by 30%, and clearly some of these charges have gone up by a lot more than 30%, and we're rectifying the errors. It's a pretty simple report we've got in front of us to either go back to where they were or to rectify the errors and keep it at the 30% we agreed at, not 250%.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question of the director.
All right, question, and then I think we will put it to the floor.
Just a minor question, and I'll just indicate one. 140 litre bin of domestic waste. You asked for $4.42 is the proposed rate. If someone turns up with cash, do you accept $4.40 or $4.45?
It would be rounded off, I believe, so it would be $4.40.
All right. Okay. Now I take it this will be a reset, and then of course there will be further conversations to do with waste.
Yes.
In the future.
Consultation later this year.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay. We've had quite good discussion about this on both sides. We have before us, I've even forgotten what we're talking about. No, I haven't. That council receive and note the report and place the proposed amended fees and charges in attachment 1 on public exhibition for a minimum of 28 days. Okay. Those in favour? Again? Right. It has been passed. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on. And now we're moving on to Withers Lane Stormwater Project on page 602.
Happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram, and thank you, Councillor Mackie. If there any discussion, cool. If not, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the Capital Works report. We have it here, and we have before us to receive and note the report. Do I have a mover?
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald, and a seconder. Councillor Flannery. Councillor Fitzgerald, do you want to say anything before I put it to the floor?
No.
Okay, Councillor Flannery.
No.
Okay,
I've got
anybody else?
Question through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
I think I'm on the right report.
We're on page 602.
Yeah, I'm just want to jump the gun. No, I'll wait for the operational works report. Thank you.
Right. Okay. If there's no more, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll turn now to 1219 24246, and that's the operational works.
Happy to move that with a question.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ingram, and a seconder. Councillor Flannery. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's a pretty simple question. I asked a question at the council meeting after speaking to the acting director of, in regard to Highbank Road, about the condition had been reported, and I went up and it was terrible. And I asked, could it be looked at? And then again, I get a reply in a confidential newsletter to the questions, which once again I would ask staff, and hopefully the next council will do the same, that if a question is asked in the public domain, it should be answered in the public domain. Unfortunately, I left my iPad behind tonight, so I can't go back to the notes I made on my iPad about the matter. But from memory, the answer that was in the iPad was Highbank Road was graded in March 2024 and is scheduled to be graded in March 2025. When I reported it a little while back, it wasn't going to go to September 2024, let alone get through to 2025. But in that answer was, it will be looked at for regular maintenance or scheduled maintenance. Has it been looked at? Has it been done? Or is it scheduled to be done to repair the damage that's on that road?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. My apologies that hasn't been answered in a public forum as yet. Yes, we have had the road inspected. The inspection coming back from that was suggested there were some areas that had damage during or issues during wet weather, but that it was largely up to standard. I've re-inspected that road myself today and identified some areas of concern where we can do some drainage work to address those issues. And so we're working on a plan there, and we'll provide an update to council.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that open and transparent answer, because it started off that whoever inspected it and said it was okay the first time probably needs to go back to what's okay. But I appreciate you looking at it, and I appreciate what needs to be rectified, the drainage. And that's what's causing a lot of the trouble. Blocked drainage, blocked culverts, then the water's got nowhere to go but on them roads. And if people don't use them roads, they don't know about them. But
yes,
thank you, and
that's
I'll
right.
look forward to another. Well, I won't, but the new council will look forward to a new report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ingram. If there are no more,
Through you, Madam Mayor, page 639, works completed, shoulder grading Moppety Road. I observed the shoulder grading Moppety Road and thought, we must be doing sealing of the edge, but no, the equipment arrived quickly and disappeared just as quickly. Do we know the cost of that shoulder grading of Moppety Road and the purpose of it, particularly between the 60k zone and got a mental blank as to the road that not Commons Road, but let's say Burke's Road it is actually. There's been shoulder grading there. There was some drainage clean out further back towards the Douglas Gap Road. But can we get an idea of the cost of shoulder grading of Moppety Road in the town limits and the purpose of it there?
Thank you, Councillor. I will have to come back to Council with the cost of those two pieces of work. The shoulder grading was a combination of, grading to assist with future resealing, but also as part of the town entrance improvement work.
Okay, thank you. So does that come out of there was 100,000 allocated in the most recent budget variation for Moppety Road, which I assumed would occur. There's some very bad potholes on the bend there just past the Wonga Piggery, to the point, because they're deep and because they're on a bend, vehicles bounce sideways on them. And when there was a funding allocation there, I thought that's good. That almost to the limit of the former Young Shire will get the utilisation of those funds. But within a week of approving that money, I saw the shoulder grading and then the cleaning out of the drains, as I said, back towards Douglas Gap, which was probably 4 years overdue. I did bring it up, I think, in 2021, but I would appreciate a report on the shoulder grading, but it concerns me that you say it is for future reseals. Can you advise whether the pothole area just past Wonga Piggery has been viewed and whether there's any whether it's been inspected and whether there's any allocation for the repair of it?
So to your point about the shoulder grading potentially coming out of the money that you understood was going to improving the road surface itself, no, my understanding is that it has come from the money that was proposed to be used for shoulder grading. You might recall there was a specific amount mentioned for that, but if that's incorrect, I'll correct that. And in terms of those specific potholes, I'll have to come back to Council and advise.
Okay, thank you. There's been, I wouldn't regard it as extensive, but significant mowing of roadside verges and intersections throughout the council areas. Are they preemptive strike at fire reduction, or are they coming out of road budgets, fire hazard reduction?
I will have to confirm where that funding's coming from. It could be either.
That would be appreciated. It does surprise me that you're not too sure where it comes from. I would have thought the director would be up to speed with where allocation's coming from.
Thank you.
No,
this isn't the place to make those sort of personal comments. Just keep going with what you want. Thank you.
I would expect that we know where our money's being spent. And I'm not having a dig. I'm saying that as a councillor who gets elected by the ratepayers, and perhaps I won't be elected anymore because perhaps they don't care.
Do you have any more questions?
No, they might offend people.
All right, thank you. If there are no more questions, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Okay, thank you. Unanimous. Going to be safe. All right, next one is 1220. Media releases and circulars. No, I'm right, Anne? Yep, media releases and Office of Local Government Circulars. Okay, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. And seconder, did I have? Mackie, okay, those in favour? Unanimous, thank you, everybody. And 1221, the action summary report, which is there. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman. Seconder, Councillor Fitzgerald. Any questions? Not
questions. Have we had any positive outcomes or movement negotiations over the hydrotherapy pool?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have the council's lawyers are currently drafting the agreement, and we should have it by, they said, the end of this week. It will then go to HARDEN physiotherapy for their review and hopefully be executed soon after that.
Thank you. So general terms have been agreed and it's now subject to execution of the agreement.
Correct.
And at no cost to council, and the hydrotherapy pool will be upgraded as advised in the report came to council.
That is correct.
Thank you.
all right. Any more questions? If not, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. All right. We're up to 13. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, actually, sorry, Madam Mayor. The late report, 1222, actually should come before the questions on notice as the last report. Okay. However, for that to happen, council has to be correct, Councillor Flannery. We have to accept that the report as late.
Does that move to accept it, Councillor? Did you move to? I'll second to accept.
Okay, and those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. All right, which means that we can move to the late report.
Now we now move to the late report, correct?
Okay, which is 1222. It's right at the back of you. And it's Local Government New South Wales 2024 Annual Conference. PM, do you want to talk?
Oh, look, just really, it's procedural at this point. They did mention whether or not there are any motions. There may be some motions tonight that want to be considered by councillors. But this report is to just determine the number of delegates to represent council, so that, and obviously it's the number of delegates. Obviously you can't vote anyone here tonight because it'll be, we don't know. That's correct. However, we would like to book the 2 berths for the conference as our usual part and get the early bird rate. You seconding? Yeah. All right.
Okay, let's go. Move Ingram. Where are we up to?
No, move Fitzgerald.
Okay. All right. All those in favour?
Determine the number of delegates to represent council.
Oh yes, maybe we should. In the past, we have had on occasions 3 delegates. 2 or 3.
Sorry, 3. Yeah. So so through that, just so the 2 voting.
Hold on. Determine the number of delegates.
So you can do that. So the 2 voting rights is.
Thank you. I must have fallen asleep.
Okay.
Thank you, councillors.
No,
Councillor Fitzgerald. That's enough. Thanks. Thank you.
So with two voting rights, the minimum that you would suggest is 2, but you can nominate 3.
Yes. Can I say that we have always had 3, I think, usually 2 or 3. Some councils will almost send their whole council if they want to go.
I'd suggest that we'd send 2.
I think 2 is. Yep. 2, including general.
2, Councillor Fitzgerald. 2.
Yep.
2, Councillor Flannery. Yep.
2. All right.
So it's
We agree on 2.
Yeah, we do.
Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Let's go back then to questions on notice. Receive and note the response. I'm
happy to read
Councillor Ingram?
as the
Yes.
questionnaire.
Yep. And
Move it.
Councillor Flannery seconded. Councillor Ingram?
Yeah, look, I apologise to staff. I knew this would create some work, but I did foreshadow at a workshop that it was going to be a much more intense question about the levels of increases. In a conversation with the general manager, I mellowed. I don't know what happened there, but I did. And I still realise it involved a body of work, and I appreciate it. And I'm pretty sure the community that are interested in it also appreciate it, because now it's been identified to them, some of these charges and some of these new charges, and it's not all about that. It's about taking pressure off councillors that we sit around this table and get asked these questions and we weren't sure and we missed it and we didn't know. And as my colleague, the Deputy Mayor, mentioned earlier on, that when these things are going to be increased in ongoing budgets for the next council, maybe councillors could be made aware of any of these new charges coming through so that they can represent and answer the community, because it's very embarrassing when the phone rings and, I didn't know. But so this will make it easier for everyone if that's followed. So I thank staff for that. The second question, I didn't mellow too much on that because I was most upset, and I sent an email to all councillors when this was brought to my notice. And I said then there was two reasons. One, there's an error. We all make mistakes. Everyone can make mistakes, but this is probably one that shouldn't have happened. But when you make a mistake, there's two things you do. You own the mistake and you fix it. You don't go silent and wait 10 days to ring the gentleman back who reported it to council. That's not how it operates. Also, if councillors and council staff are to be a team and show mutual respect, it's a two-way street. Councillors should have been notified. As soon as it was presented to staff, there was a problem. So when we had the phone calls, for those people who get phone calls, we could say, yes, it's been handled, instead of 8 or 9 days later. I thank the General Manager and the staff again for the work that they've done to repair and fix this unfortunate mistake on the rate notices in regard to the sewer charges in the Young area, because that's where it's affected. Councillor Fitzgerald, just a clarification, the Young bill charge. So I thank staff for doing that, and I understand the answers there. Letters have been sent out, and I presume everything's going pretty smooth with councillor. The pensioner rebate is a bit more complicated, and I'm not going to get into that area, but I've been advised by the answer there and the General Manager. If they'd like to speak on it, feel free, because it's been taken care of too, and it's a bit more of another body that came. The work came to us. Did they send the wrong information to us, or did we get it wrong when we got it? So it isn't, those things can happen. So again, thanks staff. Thank you, staff, for your efforts to rectify that. And I'm sure those people out there that missed their rebate can be assured that it'll be rectified. And on the same hand, a few people who got it who shouldn't have got it, you can probably be assured that we're coming back after it. So thank you.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I'll take this. Yeah, certainly on the pensioner rebate, approach was to understand what the issue was and the extent of the problem. As we can see there, we've identified 79 properties that received it, that shouldn't have received it, and what we've been able to identify through a manual review is currently 45 that should have received it, that didn't. It's an issue with the Centrelink file that was loaded. We're still working through whether it was the file itself that was the issue or the way in which we loaded it. I don't want to besmirch Centrelink if their file was correct, and it's our process. We are just establishing that. So there we have it. And just in relation to the sewer, my understanding that the individual letters for those properties affected has been sent either today or will be issued tomorrow. So they're done and ready to go. That's correct, isn't it, Mr. CFO? Yes, thank you.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Just sorry, dear Madam Mayor. Just a question. How do you arrive at those figures? Those charges. So it's gone from zero to 60 or 100 or 2.
Oh, so you're talking about the fees?
Yes, sorry.
Well, they're just new fees and part of and they're based upon an analysis of what we believe are the costs.
So we've worked it out here. We haven't compared it to anyone else. We've just
we're looking at our costs,
and
it's an approach to cost recovery.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, if that is done and dusted, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. All right, and that is the last one. Is that right? All right. Beg your pardon?
Yes. To you, Madam Mayor, given that we relied upon the electoral office to declare the election, the next ordinary council meeting is yet to be determined. It has been scheduled for September. However, it is unlikely, and I do state this in the newsletter, it's unlikely that I will have a council at that point. So that will just lapse. And then the first ordinary council meeting will be the fourth Wednesday in October. However, there is another meeting that has to be held within 3 weeks of the declaration for the mayor. So that's another issue. And dare I say, based upon some commentary earlier, your duty as councillors is not finished. We may have to have an extraordinary meeting. Thank you, councillors.
All right. And can I just say thank you to councillors for all the work that you have done over this council, and thank those who are outstanding, and also wish everybody the best of luck in your campaign for the new council. Thank you, everybody. Yes, we're closed at 9:23 p.m.